Good morning, guys. Sorry I'm running a little bit late today. I got hung up for a minute. Alright. WeBull looks like a piece of shit. Let's see. I gotta get all my data uploaded. Just give me a second here. Maybe a slight bounce on SPX coming up here. Nice Pickles fix it. Thanks, man. I don't think I actually got Tesla calls this morning. I had a standing order, but it looks like they didn't fill. Nvidia filled, which is cool. Ah, fuck, that sucks too. Because it gapped down at open, huh? Oh well. I don't think I'm gonna chase it. Nvidia filled and also got stopped out. So, well, that was cool at least. How's Baba doing this morning? Alright, not great, but not awful. Dixie moving up again. So England reported decent sized move in unemployment in the pre-market, and that's kind of started getting the pound moving, but I haven't seen the economic report from Europe yet. So maybe let me try to find that. Okay, so economic sentiment index, the ZEW for Germany and Europe, pretty fucking awful. Current conditions are contracting even more. Economic sentiments not as bad as analysts expected, but still down for Germany. But worse across the EU. We've got we have PPI for Japan coming in tonight. Nothing really for US today. We got some like Fed purchases of FRNs, and we have a 10-year note auction. So Yellen's gonna be selling a little duration today. Looks like we opened below 44.75, so we got another spike in VIX as short Vega got a little exposed there on the morning drop. This probably fucks them for their shot at getting gamma neutral today. I think that's likely off the table. If they lose 44.70, this gets bearish pretty fast. They don't have a lot of support at these levels, so a low open off of ES is not good for them. I don't know if we're going to start to see some of their out of the money calls fall off, or if we have already. But I would suspect that we have. Yeah, it looks like the 95, 90, and 85 have fallen off a little bit. 75 still moderate, but now there's a put wall at 44.80. On the put side, 70 and 65 are quite strong. And 60 doesn't look so bad as well, actually. So pretty much across the board, at least at the money here, the puts are favored. Take a look at how Gamma's doing. Okay, yeah, so Delta's moved negative pretty steeply. The recent small bounce looks like it's turned around. And Yeah, so a little bit of call support at 44.60. They'll probably try to defend Vega risk at 44.50. But they're definitely on the defensive at this point, as opposed to being, you know, aggressively pumping. How's Fubo looking into Opex? Pretty liquid. I wish I'd gotten a chance to get out of my calls this morning. But there's already been quite a lot of covering on Fubo at this point. I'm not saying there isn't more that could be done. There is. But there is already quite a lot. So this is probably slowly breaking down. I guess if they short it really, really hard before Opex again, maybe over the next 3 days, it might have another chance at running. I think today it's only really being supported by the fact that Russell's like the only big index that's up. Oil's up a lot today. Tapped 89 a barrel, or well, futures tapped 89. Dixie's back up at 104.85. Euro and pound are down. USD JPY is back up again. And US CNY is roughly at 731. Yields seem to be expanding across the board with the 10-year kind of flat. So like duration's a little flat. 10, 20, 30. Might be some open market actions from China. If the yuan keeps slipping, but probably not till like 735. So I don't think we have to worry about that right now, at least. Maybe if dollar moves above 105. I scalped 150% off Tesla weeklies. Fucking nice, dude. What's Dork doing? The D1 is AI, so Tesla is AI. Okay, this is pretty good. All right. Dirk timed me out earlier because I called AMC the greatest stonks. Ew. Under 44.70 is bearish. How much can this even slide before CPI? I mean, they need to defend 50. If they can. That doesn't look promising, actually. But yeah, ideally they would try to defend 50. The Bulls are just shy. The Bulls are kind of fucked. They really needed us to open, either to open at like 44.80 or open at 44.85. So losing ground on the pre-market on ES was really bad for them. Uh, right now, ES is testing 4470. If we slip below 4461, that 4450 strike's gonna have an awful lot of draw on SPX. Chat's thirsty for them tips. Oh, actually, those don't look too bad today. They're getting very, very close to each other. It looks like GMA must have had some volume this morning or something. Yeah, it was like some okay volume this morning. Remember, it's usually about 5 days after they cross before you see any kind of significant run, although IV does tend to pick up as they're crossing. So, remember, not all crossovers lead to runs. There was this period of fucking December where we just got more downside. So be careful with your entries and theta and all that. Two GME C-suite touch tips and bought more. Cohen threatened them. Why is GME always sucky after epi? First of all, excellent use of correct market terminology. Second, well, because it's simply not worth its current value, let alone values that are higher. December was a tease. December was rough, but yeah, that was largely because of all the fucking holiday deferrals. I would say outside of December, I think every crossover we've had has led to some significant price improvement. And even in December, it was just that one, and then it immediately crossed over again in January, and then we ran. But something to watch out for, nonetheless. I don't think we have any holidays to worry about this month. There's nothing that's interfering with the settlement period, at least. If Jimmy's worth less than this, what stock is worth more than its current price? The Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, Amazon's getting there. Apple's probably worth a significant amount more than its current price. Cloudflare, Enphase, and FSLR are probably still pretty overvalued. There's a lot. There's a lot that's worth a lot more than it's worth a lot less than its current price. Except those companies do something different than GameStop. They make money. Even though they don't make as much money as they're valued at, they still make quite a lot of money. Didn't December have selling from ETFs? Yeah, December 13th last year. There was a big shift in liquidity in ETFs. There was also holidays. But both of those things, led to killing any kind of run on GMA. Don't let Magnanimous hear you say that about Tesla. I know. Have you seen the shit JFresh posts from Twitter? Like Tesla bulls? They're arguably the stupidest fucking group of people I've ever seen on the internet. Like they're almost worse than like BBBYRQ purchasers. What's your weirdest Tinder date experience? I have too many to count. Tinder in New York City is it's really a gamble. Are we still suspecting a large upset due to potentially higher CPI boost, Fed rate hike, or is it all priced in? Actually, currently the market's not pricing in a hike in September. There's a 97% expectation of a pause. That'll probably change with CPI data or with the ECB decision on Thursday, or both. I would say swaps and bonds are pricing in slightly higher inflation now. Although their outlook beyond December, I think, is still fairly inaccurate. They're still treating like the surge in inflation, like in the bond and swap market, they're still treating the surge in inflation as kind of a blip, right? Like it's going to resolve by the end of year, and I think it's only going to get worse. Are there still AMC bulls? How? How has your trading changed since you started the stream? You did not used to have this level of data evaluation back in the day. I had other data. I didn't have a lot of the data we use now, but I had other data. I have friends who work at options desk and DM me screenshots of shit when I need it. So not not really all that different from the data we have now. Not quite as actionable always, but uh, there's always data. I would say mostly just that I pay more attention. I didn't pay nearly as much attention to the markets prior to doing this. I would kind of just wake up and, trade whatever was there and usually finish around like noon and fuck off for the rest of the day. How many years have you been trading? Like for myself, like 5. And then I paper traded before that. 6, almost 6 now. Is the 4,500 dream dead? Not yet, but this isn't great for the Bulls. They've lost some pretty critical levels here, so they're gonna have to regain those back, and then tough. That's a tough road back up above. They've got to get back up above like fast gamma. Um, and most of the out of the money call positioning has already broken down quite a lot, so they may not be able to even come close. Like their positioning the upside was stronger in the pre-market this morning than it is now. So they'll have to rebuild most of that call ladder against the MM. It's really not a good position. Like below 4470 is bearish. I was pretty clear about that last night, I think. Fast GN move? I think it's like 4482. It moved at close yesterday, but it hasn't moved at all today. Could Fubo recover from here? Maybe. I don't know. It probably won't. I think Fubo's plenty liquid enough that it can be shorted, and if Russell continues to fall negative, Fubo's probably going to go down and test like 237. I mean, your colleagues at BlackRock, Citadel, or both? No. That's crazy, Verax. No, seriously, I don't know if I'd be able to get a job at Citadel. They don't. I mean, I guess I could, but nothing important. They usually require either a master's or a PhD for any like higher level positions. And then I wouldn't want to work at fucking BlackRock. The place is it's so boring. Does price action on GME affect Opex, or just buy the rumor, sell the news action? What news? What rumor? Are you talking about the insiders buying 30K shares, Tom Tom? Because I don't really think that's had any effect on GME's price. If we're gonna have an OPEX, they're gonna continue to short GME as much as they can. I think bar rate actually moved up a fraction yesterday. I don't know if it held, but I know it didn't move. Nah, it didn't hold. So this morning it was back down, but Oracle is part of the AI story, and their crowd growth slowed. Beginning of the end? Could be. I think investors, especially investors that bought prior to August's high, um, are going to feel a little bit more skeptical about these companies moving forward because they're not producing revenues from AI, right? They're not producing revenues from AI infrastructure. It's not encouraging for new investors to get in, right? And I think a lot of the FOMO's died down. So we'll see. But it might be another nail in the coffin. You can get your doctorate degree online at Phoenix University. There was a rumor that there'd be news. Or was this just some covering on GME? I mean, if it was even that, it wasn't a very substantial move. It was like $1. There was a little bit of volume, I guess. Not a lot. Volume today is 2.34 million, so if it doesn't trade a lot more volume, it's still pretty much within the average. Is BTU still good for wheeling? It's okay, yeah. Vol's dropped a little bit over the last like 30 days, but not too much. I would very much like to see BTU go above 23 this week. It's definitely got enough fucking call interest. Crack, this looks bearish, and it kind of is. Oracle's nothing more than patent trolls nowadays. They won't produce anything worthwhile ever anymore. Evermore? If bulls could just capitulate to 4,400 and then get their second wind, after I've had time to sell my puts. That'd be great. AI chip orders might get canceled. They might. I'll hook you up with my Somalian professor slash pirate king if you're interested in getting a PhD. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. So on to the next hype train. What will it be now? Are we reviving the metaverse or what? Who knows? I think we might be fresh out of hype. I was kidding because chat is like rumors, news. Why pump? Why dump? Is this MOASS? There might have been like a little bit of FOMO this morning from the buy-in. Super Stonk got excited. Who the fuck knows? But I mean, it didn't do anything substantial on the liquidity front. A little extra volume caused some more contraction today. 80% average open interest is 88,050%. Okay. I made a quick 135 on Tesla Weekly this morning. Thanks for the heads up. No problem. With Ivy this low, are some longer dated puts worth it? Or is the market going to rip as soon as I do? I suppose there's a chance that the market rips. Hey, BTU wheeling talk. I'm kind of doing that right now. Okay. How's it going? I mean, I'm also wheeling BTU, but extremely irresponsibly, and I keep forgetting to open positions. But I've been selling the like 23 covered call and the 21 CSP, 2150 CSP, 21 CSP, I think. Are bulls going to try to get 4480? It seems like they want it higher before CPI and SLD. They absolutely do, but they got kind of fucked over this morning. So we'll see how much they want to compound their risk, especially near the money, in order to short vol sufficiently to pump it back up through their Vega risk. Let's see how much more Vega risk they want to add to avoid the Vega risk already present. Let's put it that way. Any short position on Airbnb? No, not currently. I'm kind of just letting the FOMO from the S&P like ad wind down a bit. I was shorted when when it got added, but I had no idea that it was being added. OPT, are you thinking of buying Apple? Like a long Apple position? Like buy and hold? I'd probably be willing to buy Apple at like between like 124 and like 116. It's about a 35% drop from where it is now. Could Apple drop further into SLD? Yeah, the options chain there is pretty weak. So I would say that it could keep dropping. I still have the 175 puts open on it. I'm out of all the debit spreads from last week though. That's okay. I closed my 23 CC yesterday for 75%. Thinking about opening again today. BTU, I'll try to at least warn you. BTU looks kind of strong right now. If broad commodities turns around, or there's any more promise on the Chinese economic front between now and next week, that could be pretty bullish for BTU. And there's quite a lot of call interest on the long side there currently. So risky, but if you don't care about assignment, then I guess it doesn't matter. If their past actions show anything, they'll compound risk until it hurts. Yeah, they've already done that. This is why they can't get like a decent run to the upside, is because they're not willing to take on at the money Vega risk currently, right? So they're selling all their Vega further out of the money, which gives them less leverage on the long side. That's why they keep losing. Otherwise, they would have pumped this shit back above gamma neutral a while ago. Is my Tesla 270p weekly gonna print? I have no idea. My Pickles pick for this week was, or for last night, was long Tesla open, which I didn't get a fill on, but maybe I'd be careful with it. There's so many fucking weeklies that if the market bounces at all, Tesla's gonna hit like 280. So if you're up on it, I would probably have a stop. If it slips 270, it might start to break down, and the weeklies might start to sell off. But the 65 and 70 weeklies, those present a problem for your 270p. I'm listing NVIDIA as a stock that is trading for more than it's worth. That was your question, right? What stocks are trading for more than they're actually worth? Maybe I misunderstood your question, Wetzel. Were you asking what stocks are trading at what they're worth? I meant, what is the I meant the opposite. What's a good buy? Um a lot of industrials and utilities. Energy's still a little undervalued. Um Retail's really cheap right now, although it may stay cheap for quite a lot longer. Hmm. Commercial services aren't too overpriced. Health services are kind of cheap right now, especially compared to like pharmaceutical and health technology. Industrial services are kind of cheap. Transportations, well, we'll see how oil does. That may or may not be kind of cheap. I would say consumer non-durables are a little cheaper than I would expect them to be right now. And there's probably a few good deals to be had in the finance sector, but it's so fucking risky. And here's the bigger problem. It's very hard to beat the returns on the 2-year treasury note anywhere. So at this point, you know, anything trading below like 5% or below like 5% growth expectations a year over year, uh, like in the next 2 years is probably going to stay down. Corporate bonds in the finance sector are nice if you do your research. Oh, there's so much counterparty risk floating around though. Where do you think oil goes from here? I mean, oil's kind of getting into the top range of my projection for end of summer. Um, I guess if Saudis and Russia keep cutting or keep extending their cuts, we could see 100. Diesel demand's going to start to pick up. So we're going to get a little bit more demand on oil as we move towards like the holiday season. Also fuel oil. Especially when you collateralize those treasuries and pump them into zero DTs. That's not what I do with them. I use them for straddles and rolling iron condor positions. Well, sort of. Where would you consider the 70 level lost below 65? I think there's a call wall at 65 on the longer dated expiration. Hold on. That may not be there anymore. Yeah, that's kind of gone. There's still a lot of calls at 75 though. Let me see something. Yeah, so 60. There's a little defensive 60 and 65. They don't want it to slip 44.50 today. So if they're gonna spend the day playing the defensive side of things, they definitely would definitely prefer that it stays above. Excuse me, 44.50. Um, so I would imagine that they'll try to defend everything from 65 to 55. If they lose 44.45, we're probably gonna move down to like delta neutral. Can't play treasury bonds. I'm not a U.S. citizen. The fuck does that have to do with it? You don't have to be a U.S. citizen to buy U.S. treasuries. Unless your country, like, forbids you from buying them or something. He lives in North Korea. I just got here. This has probably already been asked, but can Fubo hold this level or go back? Given the chart looks like a megaphone, it can fail. Fubo is pretty liquid right now. It could definitely continue to fail. Russell's falling negative now too. So after watching football for the first time in years yesterday, I'm ready to become an NFL kicker. I used to play professional soccer, so I can't see it being too hard. Minimum salary is 750K. There you go. You got this. Since you're not my financial advisor, as an entertainer, what are thoughts on lowest risk places for 50K cash? I mean, you can get roughly the like the 3 year the 3 year return minus a premium at most brokerages on just their cash accounts. I think they're paying like like on average like 5%, 4.8%. You can, but you could also just get treasuries yourself and not pay out the additional premium. Those are considered pretty safe. 7-day rolling CDs sounds awful. There's money markets. Those probably aren't too bad. They're also treasury ETFs, yeah. Again, though, not necessarily better than just owning treasuries. It's just, you're just paying a fee to save you the hassle. It's preferable to U.S. citizens that you not be a U.S. citizen to buy treasuries. Japan owns like most of the bonds. Yeah. Looking at BTU chart and stuff, I think if we break 2275-ish, we move closer to 24, but not too much higher in the near term. There's a shitload of calls on the chain. If China provides any kind of economic stimulus to the manufacturing sector, coal prices are going to move pretty quick. Anybody else deliberately say words wrong in work meetings to see if anyone notices? Screen chop instead of screenshot, being hands off instead of hands off, etc. How boring is your fucking job? I won't be happy till 2200. 2200 is very, very extreme, right? Like that's like where it could peak in a crash. Although historically, for recessions, yeah, we usually see about a PE of sub 10 for a period of time, and that's about where 2200 is. Where do we see price improvement on T? Who cares? Wait, are they still paying a 7% dividend? Yep. Okay. So, I don't know. Never? I don't give a shit. Alcoa's looking cheap. I have some interest in aluminum, but probably not yet. I call my friend Greg instead of Craig constantly. He's yet to notice. Is he a Craig or a Craig? If he's a Craig, yeah, I could see him. I could see him not taking a lot of issue with being called Craig. But AJ, I hope you sell at the money bear call spreads and get blown up. My dad was a Craig who was called Greg all the time. I think he just got sick of correcting people. Okay. I hope you get assigned on your T's. I think I have $15 covered calls out on it. Probably safe for the next year or so. Yeah, not particularly worried. It's a fucking dividend stock. Why are you worried about price improvement? It's not it's not like a short squeeze or some MOASS YOLO. Because I bought too many? No, you didn't. Believe me. I bought too many. And I don't care about the price. So you definitely didn't buy too many. I may have also sold a bear call spreader too. Jesus fucking Christ. Greedy. HBM fell more than I expected. Any thought on when copper might heat up again? I don't know. Could be this year. Could be next year. I took some profits when we were up like 15%. What are you worried about? Are you gonna start this thing where you fucking annoy me about commodities exposure that could take like multiple years to print? Because we could just get it all out of the way now. Do uranium again. Uranium looks fucking awesome right now. My strategy of just buying SRF anytime it traded below NAV is working out really well for me. Why is a bear call spread here greedy? Because we haven't broken down below levels that are actually bearish. I mean, you can open them, but you're taking on quite a bit of risk in doing so. Right now, SPX is still kind of holding 4470. And if you're selling them so far out of the money, they don't appear to be at risk. It's kind of like picking up pennies from in front of a steamroller, right? Because if we bounce above 75 here, then they could probably buy enough calls to drive us back up to the mid to high 80s. Like another retest of 4490 wouldn't be out of the question, right? And we haven't lost like 65 or 60 yet, where things start to get really bearish. So yeah, I mean generally selling calls in this kind of range, unless you're selling both sides, is pretty risky. So if you're gonna sell puts and calls, or like I don't I don't even really like a condor here. It's not the worst, but I'm not a huge fan of it. How do you find the discounts and nav on it? They literally post it on their website every day. You can go to Astrof's website and they'll tell you if it's trading at a premium or a discount to nav. Astrof's saving my board at the moment. Nice. NQ's getting massacred today. Fuck my life. I'm very happy with that. I'm sorry that it's hurting you. Greg, I tried to sell a Condor, but I ended up on a PETA hit list. All right, well done. I was thinking about bull puts. Jesus Christ, you're so fucking greedy, man. I'm just worried if they lose 65, it'll die too quick to hedge them. Why? Never mind. It just gets more bearish the more down it goes. It's, it's not going to suddenly get bullish if it drops to, you know, like Vega risk at 44.50. I'm sitting on a 75.85 strangle I entered when we were at 44.77.50. So I'm okay with a drop and a recovery. Yeah, that's not looking so good here. A drop and like maybe a bounce back to like the 65-70 level, but we're about to lose 60. That's quite bearish. Please don't, please don't tell him. Please don't tell him. He thinks you can only open a put if green candles. I don't know how he still has money. I think he's just like well capitalized enough that like he can lose half of the money he invests every day, and he's just making like 3% on the edge. He only trades spreads, so his loss is limited. I stopped out of the SPY straddle slightly down today. I stopped out of my puts at 945 dip profitably, and a stop loss set on my calls. I'm unsure how I could have managed it better seeing the further dip. So what did you net? Did you net negative on the straddle? I mean, stopping out at open on the like a straddle from yesterday is not awful. Especially if you got out of the calls here, you should have net negative like 2%. Did you get out of the calls at the same time? Why is that not working? What the fuck? Or did you get the calls like up here? It's like there? I mean, if you had theta on them, I would say that you were just like a little bit flighty. Like I don't dislike the put exit. I missed it because I wasn't home, but I do kind of dislike the call exit. I don't think there was any reason to think that this was going to continue down after market open. Like we knew there was support at 44.70 going into this morning. And an open lower generally leads to some capitulation. Like the same way a gap up does. A gap down usually does as well. So there's usually a better exit, but I mean, if you do get a continuation, then you would, close the call. But puts at like 944, calls at like 947. Yeah, a little bit flighty if you had theta, but you'll get better at it. Seems like you're nervous. Honestly, he trades like an FA trying to get an extra 5 to 10% annually. I both hate and respect and hate it. Why trade? Why not just put your fucking money in treasuries? Or tea? Gherkin, don't start. All right. Yeah, it always just seems like he's like taking on tons of risk for little to no reward. Like I could make triple the amount of money with a quarter of the amount of leverage he uses. No, I'm not talking about you. Don't bully him, he'll white. Is there a name for the formation we keep seeing here where there's a weak bounce, chop, then dump? It's called a downtrend. I've never liked the like theta gang trading strategy of I'm just gonna do a bunch of shit really far out of the money and then I'll be okay because things will never move against me. I decided to stop being regarded and set stops. I set a negative 40% stop and a limit sell at 100% gain. When my PT appointment walked out with 100% gains. Thanks for all that you do. Nice, man. I didn't get a chance to watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at all. Maybe in the next like year or two I'll see it. Is there any bull case for a hot CPI print tomorrow? No. I mean, they'll try to make one if CPI comes in like year over year at 3.4 or less. They'll just say it's like a blip. It's not a big deal. Nothing to worry about. Do you regret not banning Darth Dan when we're in Kitty ass, thereby shifting our timeline and preventing our MOASS? I still don't think that was the real Roaring Kitty, so no. I'm pretty sure it was just visceral, but I have no proof. The issue is when I play near the money things, I enter at the perfect time. I just buy the wrong direction. I think that might be because you don't know what you're doing. Just possibly. Selling theta out of the money. Now I'm trapped. What do? How are you trapped? It seems like bulls aren't getting a foothold for a bounce. No. The footholds don't exist at this level. They're just on the defensive now. They're starting to bring up zero DTs on mainstream media, stating that retail is gambling. Is this the beginning of the end now that they're setting up their scapegoat? Probably. Yeah. They'll take them away from us. I took a 10-minute break to ride the Tesla pump to 278. Easiest money in ages. Thanks, dude. Hoping all is well. Congratulations, man. Doing all right. Well done. Constantly underwater, not profitable to roll down, so I can just roll sideways. I don't even know what position you have. Are these your $19 fucking CSPs? Why didn't you close those? When do they expire? Are you just gonna bitch the entire time GME is down? If you have enough theta, it'll probably go back up again. Or the market will crash and then you're really fucked. 915. So you're gonna get assigned. Well, why the fuck would you buy GME at $20? You're a fucking accountant. You know what it's worth. Woo. Would a long put butterfly put biased? A long put butterflies all puts. You mean with a bearish bias? Advantageous for the current market action today. Hmm. Yeah. Could be. Depends where you place it, but yeah, it's not the worst, maybe. Or it is. Yeah, tough. We're gonna get a lot of range on it. That's kind of the problem there. Expensive. It's a pretty, I don't know, it's a pretty big debit with not a lot of chance of return. I'm not sure I like that very much. I do kind of like that. Ooh. No. Um, yeah. Is T better than a treasury? Actually, yeah. Well, if you additionally account for the potential for growth. Hey, Greg, what was the VIX law you said? It was like the rule of 16. Yeah, VIX 16 should equate to like a 1%, like 100 BPS move per day. And how does it feel to have a cult of regards using fancy words like advantageous? That's fun. We're like Wall Street bets with monocles. Thank you, Danwich. Can you make KV go to 35 by the end of the week? That sounds very unlikely. Is September 29th good enough for tips crossover exposure? Okay, sure. Problem with that though. Uh, you're gonna lose a lot of money to theta decay, and if it leads to no run, you're just gonna lose all the money you put into those calls. I hope after the CPI, the range SPX trades in will widen again, or is there anything else people are waiting for? The ECB decision the following morning is pretty important. The buy range for Docu seems low. What do you mean? Like my target range for buying Docu? I mean, you can buy it for more if you want to. I'm not. As a T holder with a low cost basis and CC selling, I can firmly say T was a waste of my capital allocation. Okay. How would you feel about that if T went back to $16? Maybe you have the wrong shipping address. I never got my monocle. Monocle? What? We're all gonna make so much money today. Really? He'd be mad that he got assigned uncovered calls. I'm never buying T again, but if I do, you can ban me. Do you have it on like drip? Wouldn't you want it to just sit at fucking nothing while you just drip more shares? That's like the dream. What the fuck is wrong with everybody? Do you know what dividend stocks do? We're used to GME. Ugh. GME wishes it had 7% returns year over year. You said 7% dividend, and so I bought some tea this morning. What the fuck? You know there's shit with even you know that like Philip Morris has like 9% dividends. Or bat. What the fuck is bat now? Bat's probably ridiculous. Do you have to buy it on LSE? There it is, BTI. BTI is 8.56%. Altria is 8.82. I mean, if you just want dividends, there's plenty out there. What was that? What was that one fucking that one fund that I was holding? I forgot the name of it. Fuck, I sold it not that long ago. Oh, Horizon. Yeah, Horizon's got an 11% dividend. Yeah, I know they do. No, I own SCHD, but it generally sucks. You know what's actually done really well? My BlackRock TCPC. I'm looking at like my dividend port right now. Like my cost basis is like 1050. My cost basis is 10. So it's up like 25% and it's got a 10.94% dividend. Hmm. That's impressive. QILD sucks when vol's low though. All the fucking like CC ETFs do. Zom pays me 10 to 11% divvy because of my cost basis. Nice. I think I get like I'm pretty close to 12% from Alexander's. That might be my highest dividend. Why did you sell Horizon? Oh, I wanted to just free up the money for other shit. Did VIX fall off? Hold on. Okay. What's QQQ doing? It is back down. Tesla lost 270, 250. Hold on. I want to see something on Tesla here. Hmm. Russell's turning around a little bit. So is Dow. Do you have a dividend port making over 100K a year in dividends yet? I think it's pretty close to that. Most of it's on like drip though, so just reinvest. You and Alex, you can evict Bloomberg then. Quick question: after watching the weekend stream last night, why don't we refer to Dork as Ray Dorkio? That's all. Thanks. I'll ask him if he's into that. Do you see TCPC moving over 1250? Wouldn't it be like the perfect recession stack? I mean, I don't know if it'll go over 1250. It could, I suppose. I think they're like a like small business financing fund. It's done pretty well since I bought into it. HE has a 10% dividend? I think so. 11? Although with litigation that could be at risk, right? What did I do to them? I don't know. J&J vaccine gave me a third arm. What are you looking at on Tesla? I'm seeing if it's gonna bounce or fail. It looks like it might bounce, which would be cool. Because then I gotta take the long position all over again. Although I'm not really sure SPX is in the best position here. Hmm. Yeah, out of the money call interest is pretty weak. There's some calls at 75, but then there's a put wall at 44.80. Mm. Let's see here. So 585. It's more advantageous to enter this lower. It's a better return on risk, right? 48%. That's 63%. 80 to 60. Oh. Where the fuck did VIX go? What the fuck? That was weird. Thinking about something here. I'm gonna try to get 65. $70 to the upside. So 65. 75. Ah. Drip is wasting time and money. Well, for me, it's the opposite. It just saves me time because it's shit I don't have to watch all the time, right? And it still makes me more money than any fucking asset manager would, unless I were to put that money in with like a hedge fund or something. In which case, I'd be taking significantly more risk. Are they suspended the dividend pending litigation? I think HE's dividend is currently suspended. VIX under 14. Yeah, but it could bounce back. Do you think we drop again on SPX? Yeah, this might fail. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is they did all that pumping, but maybe for nothing. It doesn't look like they gained any meaningful ground there. Even if they regain 75, I'm not sure how advantageous that is. Put wall. Let me look at the later expirations because volume's so fucking low today. Yeah, there's a pretty big put wall at 44.80. And 44.95. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much of a shot they have at getting this much higher today. 80 alone is going to be hard to cross. Redbook up 4.6% year over year. That's great for inflation, right? Of course it is. Did we have Redbook today? Oh, we did. Shit, I didn't even know that. Yeah, that's awesome. We love strong consumers. Strong consumers are the bane of inflation. JFresh. I just want 44.65 again. Is that too much to ask? Well, you had it once. TKO launch day. It looks like the scheduled 0.14 WWE dividend on 9/14 isn't happening now since the stock converted. That's possible. Give me 1 second. Can RC buy more GME? Yeah, I think he still has quite a bit more he can buy. Don't forget that he diluted in 2021, right? Which decreases the percentage of shares he owns. Gigi speaking in front of the Senate today in case you get tired. Ooh. Interesting. Have puppy for the rest of the year. I'm jacked. Looks pretty exciting. I just entered a 44.7250. What? Why? 44.7250 what? And then also why? I didn't write it daily today. What is VIX contango versus backwardation? So contango would be when near-term VIX futures are trading at a lower price than the longer-term contracts, and then backwardation would be where the near-term contracts are trading at a higher price than the long-term contracts. I entered my put when we were trading at 44.7250 on SPX. I have a 44.70. Oh, okay. I mean, this can reject, but you may have to wait a while. What day is Opex and what day is SLD? They're the same fucking dates they've always been, Sahib. How do you not know this by now? It's been 3 years, man. They happen at the same time every month. We'd probably only see backwardation if VIX decides to go to 80. If if spot VIX went to 20, we'd be in backwardation. Wow, you hurt my feelings. How did I hurt your feelings? You hurt my feelings by not paying attention for 3 years. What a bunch of time I've wasted talking to you. Seven minutes for data? What data? Do we have anything exciting happening today? The WASDE report? Ooh, I don't pay attention. Do I hurt your feelings? No, Diamond Dick, you're way too far off on the crazy train for me to worry about. Has Sahib been here for 3 years? Yeah. Well, he's been here like as long as the channel's existed. Seven minutes until 4 more hours left in the day. Corn data. I don't think the WASD report's gonna have that much of an impact. Maybe is regarded. Oh, definitely. SLD equals month week of monthly expiry. Third Friday drops generally Wednesday. MOASS Opex T+2 from monthly expiry. SLD is the Wednesday before the monthly expiry. It's not always the third Friday. Usually is. You should be more like Yaga. What? How? It's odd that some of you still have feelings, right? Sometimes I wonder how many of you are like 19 years old. Usually isn't third Friday equals holiday? Well, no, it's just the monthly expiration isn't always on the third Friday. Like, I think in December. Nah, December it's the third. I think there's usually like 1 month a year where Opex is on the second or fourth Friday. I think that there's 5 Fridays in the month. I'm at least 19. I wish I was 19. Also, I'm 23, but I started watching you at 19. Okay, that's too long. I haven't been here that long. Friendly reminder, Gurk, bots don't have feelings. Thanks for reminding me too. 44 here. I wish I was doing this at 19 and building a better life. Fair. Were you trading during Volmageddon? If so, what was the price action like leading up to it? Bullish. Bullish and lots of weird spikes in VIX. Go easy on Sahib. It's not like he can go access CBOE Opex calendar and FINRA margin requirements for free on Google in less than 5 minutes. Alright, I'll try to be more understanding. Search engines are really difficult. Thoughts on a credit spread SPX? Maybe sell a 4480? It's an option. I'm 33 years young. You can't tell my brain hasn't developed as hood have as is could have done, as it could have done. Oh, I see. I'm 19 times 2. Congratulations, Matt. Happy birthday. Is SVX out of the money call positioning building back up? Not really. 44.75 stronger. The rest of it, no, not so much. Still a put wall at 44.80. If there's 5, they'd push to the 4th. It's happened before, yeah, where Opex doesn't fall on the 3rd Friday. The rule isn't necessarily 3rd, but I think it happened last year. We had one Opex that was on the 4th Friday, and then whoever got confused about when SLD was. Thank God I wasn't doing this at 19. I'd have blown my life savings by now. You wouldn't have had any life savings to blow. Your OnlyFans bots keep sending me nudes. I can't focus on work anymore. You're welcome. Happy 9 months. What are we naming the baby? I don't. Whatever you want. Tenderized loins. I have a funny feeling KView isn't going to hit 25 this week. You think? It's getting killed recently. I bought some Jan 25Cs. There you go. No problem, man. I'd argue my life was way better before I started worshipping the infinity squeeze that is GameStop. Oh, that's not a real thing. Am I bag holding Fubo now for next earnings? How are we feeling? You probably are. I don't know what your fucking cost basis is. I already said it's breaking down. It's probably gonna go back to like $2 or $2.23. It's plenty liquid. Pickle jar meet and greet? I'm not doing that. That sounds awful. If they have put walls, doesn't that give the bulls an opportunity to squeeze them out? My cubs are scared to come out of the dark. No, not particularly. I don't think the put wall's that big. It's decent. Like, it's probably enough to hold off any low volume price action. I'm not even sure squeezing them out would be that beneficial, right? We could just retest like 44.90 if they do. Let's check the CBOE 22 calendar. The different one was Thursday. Oh, okay. April 15th, third Friday was a holiday. Is that Good Friday? I think that fucks it up maybe every year. Or, well, some years it fucks it up. Whatever you say, BlackRock shill. Bag holding Fubo? I'm not sure you can bag hold a 2-year buy and hold when it's only been a year. People are in it for this for the squeeze that's never happening. It's not like you really do seem to be going down a completely irrelevant rabbit hole. Uh, just accept the fact that all Opexes are on the monthly expiry, but not all monthly expiries are necessarily on the third Friday. Fubo's $75 a month. That's crazy. Well, they're working on reducing the price of that via advertising. Although I'd like to see a little more ground covered on that front by them in the next 6 months to a year. At 30 years old, I finally owned my first umbrella. Look out, world. You're going to be able to traverse the rain on foot and stay mostly dry now. How does that make you feel, Potato Tom? I didn't sell my GME. I just don't think it's going to squeeze. Lies, Pickle Jar Ice Cream Social, November 2027. All MOASS happens during Opex's deferpexes, but not all Opex's deferpexes are MOASs. There's no MOASs. That's fake. It's made up in order to get people to bag hold shares that they bought at way too high of a price. Don't pop their dreams. They have to believe to buy more options. Oh, wait. I assume people asking when is Opex are asking because they want to buy options, but the answer is right there on the chain. I just can't. You know what gets me is there's people who still buy, like, they buy pre-Opex options for Opex. That still happens. Like, people will buy like the SEP 15 and they'll be like, this is my Opex position. Thanks, Fickle Pickle Tickler. What would happen if we give two girls a cup and lock them in a room? I'd imagine they'd become dehydrated pretty quickly. Plot twist, Apple announces partnership with GameStop to feature Apple Vision and selling all Apple products. Why? Plot twist, that never fucking happens. You're just making up shit. Apple doesn't even know GameStop exists. You think Tesla starts to drag up with indexes? Indexes might get rejected here, though. I'd rather not Google that, Dwayne. It sounds like a trick. I was told that if I DRS my shares, it locks up the float, which in turn means it takes less shares for more movement, thus creating volatility. It sounds pretty spot. Was there more to that? Yeah, that's accurate. But if you don't buy any options, you don't purchase any leverage against those shares, then nothing's gonna happen. Plot twist, Apple puts GameStop out of business. Microsoft, yeah, Cohen can't even get in touch with Microsoft customer support. Just start telling people that the September Opex is in October. That'll fix everything. No, that'll just confuse them even further. If MOASS didn't happen, then I wouldn't have been bag holding. If I wasn't bag holding, I wouldn't have taught myself how to trade. If I never learned how to trade, I would be much better off, but bored. I've been gone all morning, only half listening while I was at Costco waiting for new wheels to be installed. Are my 250 Fubo CCs safe this week? Are my 250 CSP safe? Did I short straddle? Covered short straddle, but yeah. My literally worthless October calls just became worth something. Maybe. Ooh. HE tip's gonna touch? That's exciting. I don't even know what happens after that. But it looks exciting. Hmm. Dixie's dropping a little bit. It's still up on the day. The 30, 20, and 10 are starting to contract. That might be kind of bullish. ES really hasn't broken up much above 44.76 though. And there's still a put wall at 44.80. So earlier when you said they were greedy for bear call spreads, this is what you meant? Yes. Okay. So someone's definitely buying the 80 call. They're trying to flatten out that put wall. Above 80, a little bit of call buying. Kind of across 85 to 95. Let's say to the upside of 44.80, things get 44.80 on futures, things get bullish here, so. And, well, that doesn't look that great. Maybe we just fill the gap. It still seems kind of hard to do, though. Give me a second. Trying to see if they're going to pull this off or not. Delta's falling off, so maybe they're just closing the out of the money calls. I hate waiting for a rejection back under 44.70. You probably should have just sold your put when you were like $10 in the money. Now that we're moving up, is this the time to... Why would you scare me with the gap filling talk? Well, I mean, it's there, right? We still don't have any like negative data. I don't think there's any reason to assume they wouldn't try to pump if they get their foothold back at like if they can hold 75 here or break back above fast gamma. Is the 4450p ever going to print? I don't know. Maybe. Double top is inevitable. Like another test of 90. Is it though? Yeah, I guess another, I mean, another test of 90 is not out of the question. But right now there's not enough interest yet. Speaker of the U.S. House Kevin McCarthy announces a formal impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. Who cares? You got 30K, but need to make 100K back. What's your risk call conservative play? What? Can you rephrase that in a way that makes sense? I made $40 on my overnight spy straddle. I definitely could have had a better entry and exit, but man, the peace of mind is priceless. It's nice. I'm so sick of that BS. Which BS? I think he's saying he lost 100K and has 30K left and needs to make it back. That's not a good position to be in. Calls on TLT, calls on SQQQ, calls on VIX, puts on NVIDIA. 9 months out, slam dunk. I wouldn't buy calls on VIX, they're overpriced. VIX futures, maybe. The rest of them seem okay. Although I probably wouldn't want to hold SQQQ calls for any extended period of time. TLT and NVIDIA are probably fine as long as you don't get too in the woods with your price targets. I've temporarily misplaced $100,000. Jesus Christ. Well, before losing your other 30, probably take some time to focus on appropriate capital allocation and risk management. Because otherwise, you're going to lose the rest. Fluffy timing out people for things I can't see on top chat. Does fast GN regularly move much intraday? Yeah, it can. I mean, their calculation of that point is questionably reliable anyway. I tried reading Best Loser Wins yesterday after you talked about it. I'm liking it so far. It's an okay book. I've noticed, especially with like the trading psychology books, that people's like initial take is, "Oh my god, these are the exact things I've been doing. This is the answer to all my problems." And they're not. Like they're helpful and they offer some advice that should probably be at least considered, but there's definitely no one size fits all for trading psychology. And I find that traders tend to be atrocious psychologists, and their advice is usually really only fitting for themselves. Hey Gork, can you give us one simple trick to 3x our ports? Hand jobs, Wendy's. Easy. Is Dork around? I have a Bips question. He's not, so I'll time you out on his behalf. What if I'm an atrocious trader? Then, well, either get better at it or don't trade. I mean, it's up to you. It's just like anything else. The more time you do it, the better at it you'll get. But if you can't control your urge to gamble large amounts of money and then lose them, you probably won't survive long enough to get good. Kenview is getting slammed once more. Yeah, I know. It's almost like as part of the S&P 500, it really doesn't like it when the S&P 500 goes down. I feel attacked. Take that back. No. I'm not trying to directly attack anybody, but you got to you got to manage your risk. Everyone just wants to be rich now instead of eventually rich, and eventually rich is a lot easier to achieve. I would say much like the lottery, most Wall Street bet YOLOs that hit, um, those people probably lose the majority of that money within months, if not weeks. If CBI is hot, would you expect gold or silver to pop a bit? I'm still like 3x long silver. I took 0 DTs last week, but then I took some monthlies as well. Silver looks pretty fun. Gold, we'll see. It's probably gonna fluctuate a lot here and build out a bottom. I have some Jan gold positions, but nothing like short term except for, maybe playing bounces on it. It's pretty fun. Especially in a period where like currency risk is kind of high and spreads are fluctuating. People get scared and flock to gold. So if you can identify like really good entries, you can make decent returns on bounces. Especially like if you want to play like the mini gold futures. And right now we're kind of entering a period of that where that's advantage. It's usually not 90% of the time. Playing anything on Comex is a ripoff. Well, I guess Comex doesn't really exist anymore, but precious metals. Um, but during periods like this where uncertainty in currency markets is really high, it can be really advantageous. Why does nailing a trade feel so good? I don't think there's anything like it because you just made a bunch of money for doing very little work. You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Yeah, I feel like a rejection here could be big. I don't think it would be that big, but if the 4475 calls capitulate, yeah, there's really not a lot of other call support. So it's by far the biggest pile of call gamma locally on the chain. Would this be considered a completed test of 4480 ES? Um, I would say if it fails back below 4476, then sure. Is Fubo gonna drop like a rock again? I mean, I don't know if it's gonna have a sell-off like it did yesterday, but it's pretty liquid, and so there's plenty of shares to short. If it loses 250, there's really just not a lot of support until it gets to like $2. There's like 37 and 23 to the downside that are supports, and then below that a move back to the trend, like the long-term trend. I just made it a strict rule of mine to transfer out my profits. That's one way of doing it. Although, uh, so yeah, I mean it's an effective way of managing risk because you're never risking more than your port. But if over a period of time you've transferred out less profits than the totality of your portfolio, you're still risking more money than you've made, right? Scaling's scary, but it's also a necessity, especially if you want to do this as like, I guess that depends on your goals. If you want to do this as like a full-time job, you have to learn to scale at some point. And transferring money into like a savings account, well, it's like what? If savings accounts right now are like 2%. A lot of banks doing high yield, 4.5 in a savings. They're doing 4.5. Okay. Eh, it's not the worst. There's usually something better than this. But sure, you could yield 4 or 5. I mean, just remember that like covered calls are subs like covered call yields are substantially greater than savings or treasury yields. And this is kind of where you get into scaling, right? Is because you can take those profits, you can buy short-term treasuries. Treasuries can be leveraged into shareholding, depending on the amount of money you have, at like three to one, or anywhere between 3 to 1 to 10 to 1. And then CCs can yield on leveraged holdings. Right. So you know, this is how you like grow wealth. CCs on TLC aren't bad. I've done some things in my time. If that's what you're asking me. Poopy pants. I know this kind of shit gets you excited. I mean, that's what I do with my profits. But first, I grew my portfolios to a point where, like, you know, the money being transferred out of them is sufficient. If you're trading like a 3K port, right, and you're transferring out every $200 you make, you're really just never gonna make very much money, right? Like you don't have enough leverage to scale positioning. You barely have enough money to like follow a trend. Yeah, you can sell CCs on dividend stocks. You do get less premium, but that's because they're usually lower volatility. Yeah, I sell CCs on most of my dividend stocks, or at least the ones I can. Not all of them have options chains, but for the ones that do, I usually sell covered calls against them in between the dividend payouts. It's so hard right now. What, to sell CCs on TLT? It just depends on your timeline, right? I'm not selling CCs on TLT right now, but I feel like selling them at like 98.30 DTE's been pretty, even like 95.30 DTE's been pretty safe for a little while now. Not hitting the put wall at 80 bearish, a bit, but we also haven't broken down through 75 yet. Or, well, I guess more importantly, 44.76 on futures. So we could just find support again here without breaking all the way back down into the 60 range. If we do, then things get substantially more bullish. Yeah, right now, just still tons of 44.75 call interest. Now, if that's getting sold, that could be bearish. Although, it's too at the money for me to be able to tell. Net delta's kind of climbing up, so I would say we're probably seeing those bought. Also, looks like the 85 and 90 are being bought a little bit. So look for VIX to break 14. If it does, then we might kind of cycle back down to the low end of the range.
I still think they're going to defend the 55 and 60. They've sold a lot of puts there also over the last few days. So they have some Vega risk up above 4450. I think I wrote about it last night. Or maybe I forgot to. Shit. I meant to write about it last night. Yeah. Puts that have accumulated at 4450 to 65 are going to be defended. So those are like shorter dated short puts, but they have increased some of their Vega risk to the upside of 4450. So that's why they're not just letting it fall to 4450 and then trying to get like a bounce on capitulation, is because VIX will spike if they do. VIX will kind of move up at every level sub 4475. So every strike below 4475, you'll see a pretty significant tick up in VIX as more and more Vega exposure kind of gets exposed. With obviously 4450 being the largest pile of that. So a drop below 4450 would have a significant impact on VIX. If I was an idiot, which I am, what would be the best use of 1K to put towards treasuries? Buy it outright, TLT. Well, TLT is probably a little easier to manage. But it could be some time still before the Fed takes any kind of action that would improve the price of TLT. I think the Fed's going to hold rates where they are for a little while. So if you were going to target the upside on that, be prepared to hold for a long time without really any significant return. Whereas with the Treasury, you'll just get your payouts. I'm also a poor who needs the profits for my bills. It helps me take a step back and reevaluate. If the next trade is worth the risk, it helps to remind me of the necessity of money. I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to manage your risk, right? Because I don't know your financial situation. But I would say that some kind of split withdrawal would probably be more beneficial in the long run, right? So if you have like a 3K account and you're yielding let's say 2 to 5% a week on trades, right? Let's just average that. Let's say like 3.5%. That's what. Hold on. It's like what, 105 a week? Depending on how much risk you take. I mean, this is a very low target, but like splitting that, right? And doing like leaving like 6250 in and then taking 6250 out allows you to accumulate more trading capital over time. Right? And you do that for, 6 months, every week. And you've added like another 375 to your account, right? Which means that your 3.5% average yield per week is now greater. Right? So you want to, I mean, you want some amount of compounding in your trading account, so at least so you get to a point where you're able to yield larger amounts of capital more efficiently, or at the same amount of risk. 5250. Sorry. SPACs is a good money market option for 5%. You only pay state income tax. You should have to pay federal on it as well. Well, I mean, you take additional risk because you can do both. Is actually my point, AJ. Right? You can keep all of your capital in treasuries because it's the same as cash. Right? So if you have a 25K account and it's all in 6-month bills, you're getting the 6-month yield of what the fuck is it? 5.539%, right? And then you can take that, use it for margin, and then use that margin to wheel TLT, where you then receive an additional 3% dividend, plus your yield on whatever your wheel strategy is. And these are also leveraged up, like 3-to-1. So if you have 25,000, right, and you're making like let's just say 2.5%. Average it. 2.5% a year, right? And then you're collecting the 3% dividend on 75,000 in TLT, plus your, let's TLT probably like 15 to 25% a year, depending on how much risk you take on the wheel. Can stocks be bought using the margin from treasuries? Literally, yeah. You can't use treasuries as margin in an IRA. Well, I mean, an IRA is a savings account, right? You probably shouldn't be taking a ton of risk in your IRA anyway. Although I know people love to. I'm just about to cry right now. I need to stop this. Why are you gonna cry? What's up? Alright, Ask Jeeves. I hope you're alright, man. What's the risk though if treasuries are guaranteed yield? Do you take on too much risk wheeling TLT? Yeah. I mean, you're taking on margin risk, right? Because you're leveraging up. You don't have to leverage up all the way. Who gives a fuck? Bob BBYRQ had a big day. Why would that matter to anybody? You reckon there's more room for gilts to go higher? I don't know. They're kind of starting to feel the impacts from unemployment. They may not raise rates anymore. I wonder why that would matter. There's no mystery. No one gives a shit. It's a bankrupt piece of shit company. Have we got a live one? Is this guy actually like investing in BBBYRQ? It's down 16%. Big day, man. Wait, hold on. Stocks that are bankrupt go down? Maybe someone finally ditched their $5 cost basis bags. I have a Schwab account. They're okay. They used to give more margin, like back in 2021. So that's why I opened the account. Now it's about, well, it's actually still pretty good. They're pretty degenerate, so they're not bad. Some of their options pricing's really bad though, so I'd watch out for that. They're probably not the best like options trading platform. But they're okay. It all makes sense now. To the end of the day, RC buys it with Pulte and Teddy comes to life. Jesus fucking Christ. What an embarrassment. I still have Tesla 272 calls that are a bit underwater. Should I sell the spread or just close it out for a minor loss? I don't know if I'd want to open up any credit or debit spreads. The fact that Tesla failed 271's probably bearish. Although I wouldn't really buy puts unless it broke down through 266. Yeah, it's up to you. It's definitely beyond risk though. If the market turns around, you might get lucky. There's a lot of calls on the chain, so it could bounce hard, but um I mean, you're underwater, so I sold 50-cent CSVs on Bobby for a 43-cent credit. So I sold 200 of them. As long as they close above 7 cents in 2 years, I'm golden. Yeah, it sounds like you're fucked. Let's think about selling the spread and closing end of day. There probably won't be any equity on BBBY in 2 years, even on the OTC. I was thinking about selling the spread and closing end of day. I guess you could. I mean, it's continuing to slip. It just lost 270. My only problem with this is that even though SPX could get rejected here, it really hasn't yet. And then an SPX. Like if SPX or QQQ break up, Tesla probably will as well. There's still a lot of like 270, 275 like weekly calls on the chain. $0.15 cost basis here. Let's see what happens. You lose 15 cents a share, leveraged by the number of shares you own. Fucking degenerate OTC stock traders. Was thinking about selling the spread and closing on today. Okay. I'd be curious. Tasty trade be best for buying treasuries in order to get margin. I really don't know anything about buying treasuries through Tasty. IBKR is pretty easy. Which broker do you think gives the best fills on options? It's IBKR, like hands down, and then followed by Fidelity, actually. But Fidelity sucks. There's some fringe cases where WeBull has pretty good fills. Tasty's okay. I don't really know about TDA, but I've never heard anything particularly great about their fills. It's feeling like a 4490 plus kind of day, isn't it? Or am I just all jacked up on Mountain Dew like a spider monkey? We're like right in the mid range, so 4490 is not impossible, but it's unlikely. I think a higher confidence is probably chop in this range. Don't forget that the end of day is gonna see a pretty significant amount of neutral positioning coming in for CPI, and the fact that we really haven't gained any ground to the upside now at 1 o'clock is pretty bearish. Give me 1 second. SPX same like inverse head and shoulders. Well, if it had broken out, yes. Which is why back when we were testing here, I said if we recovered, it could be bullish. But then we failed the recovery. So a second failure here, not so bullish. Sold 50.45 bull put on the low test. Nice. Okay. Was it worth it? How many DTE? 0? Or did you sell a 50-45 into CPI and SLD? Because that could be risky. Tasty will allow 94% margin on treasuries, but they don't allow short-term treasuries under 2 years. That kind of sucks. I mean, 2 years. The 2 years not bad. It's almost at 5%. I've been slowly converting my like shorter term, like as my 3 and 6 month treasuries roll over, I've been converting them to 2 and 5 year, but very slowly. GME about at MOASS? Probably not. It could go up though. 44.72 would indicate double top, then hopefully 44.60. Yeah, if we fall below the prior level. There's 0 DT. Okay. Yeah, 0 DTs. I don't think that's a bad level. If you got a decent credit on it, then it's probably not too bad. Apple event is starting. If they say AI, SPX is going to the moon. Apple's already said AI a bunch. It hasn't helped them much. Correction on the Tasty comment. They do allow T-bills. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have an account there, but I haven't used it in forever. I can't find a bull thesis for CPI. What am I missing? A print on the cooler side. So the bulls are really hoping that we get the 0.2 print. I don't see how the 0.2 print is possible. I think at a minimum we see like 0.21, but they're banking on it. So I mean they're looking either for a drawdown in rent prices to like December 2022 lows, despite the current trend peaking above 2022 highs. So you need a sharp, really sharp correction in rent prices. Or they're banking that like the uptick in services pricing isn't realized yet in the CPI print. But my biggest issue with the bull case, right, which is, like 2 month over month, 3 4 year over year, is that or 0.2 month over month, 3 4 year over year, sorry. My biggest problem with that thesis is that gas prices alone account for a 0.2 increase month over month. So everything but energy prices would have had to have cooled, and that's not the case. Also, Red Book today is up. I just don't see it. My expectation's not quite as high as the Cleveland Fed, but I still think we're likely to see like slightly higher than 0.6 month over month. I did some math on it last night. I don't know where I put it. 0.62 month over month or something. I think I landed on. What level do you see market participants straddling on SPX for tomorrow? The Bulls would prefer to straddle 75. The Bears would probably prefer to straddle 50. We'll see who comes in stronger at the end of the day, or more importantly, who comes in first. Wouldn't a hotter so expectations are that J. Powell will raise in November anyway. But if inflation is significantly hotter, that could push forward the timeline, right? I think a lot of market participants right now are assuming the Fed isn't going to raise rates in September. I think if the ECB moves forward with another 0.25 and we have hot inflation, it's pretty likely he does. How are you planning to hedge the upside tomorrow? Well, I have some Friday 4470 calls. Um, that might be good enough. I don't know. I might close those today. I have with all the downside I'm hedged kind of already. I have 4450 and 4470 puts that are dead legs from straddles. It's like 50 contracts between the two of those strikes. And then I have 4470 calls right now. Those I'm not so sure. Those might get closed today if we move up high enough, and then I'd reposition. Like if we break 4480, I'm probably gonna reposition and take the profit on the long side of the straddle. I do have a stop on it right now though, because I missed this morning's price action. I wasn't home. I feel like that movie, that Bill Murray in that movie where they short the VIX every fucking day and try to pump the market, and then he kills himself and wakes up and they do it again. Holy guacamole. Apple's gonna rebrand Tesla cars and charge 30% more. Was that their big announcement? They're moving into EVs? Yeah, for a company that's so successful, they really look like they're flailing. Do you think a hot CPI can spike VIX substantially? And if so, do you think it will hold or will they slam it back down fast? I don't think hot CPI is gonna have any effect on VIX. Put buying and Vega risk being exposed by a move down could, but CPI itself isn't gonna really affect VIX very much. Maybe we see dollar value climb if inflation's really hot. That could put pressure on vol, but these are all like secondary effects. Directly, I don't think CPI is going to affect VIX at all. I fucking hate Apple simps. I don't really care. I won't buy their products. All right, if the Apple event's going on right now, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like it's doing a lot for their fucking share price. Why is Samsung superior to Apple? I mean, I don't know if it's superior. It's more like the same or slightly better hardware for a cheaper price. Triple top? Okay. Or just continued defense of the 75 level. And based on the call positioning right now, it doesn't really look like they're it doesn't really look like they're trying to pump so much as they are just trying to protect 75 from breaking down again. Because 75 has Vega risk, right? And if they let 75 break down, then they've got to deal with like VIX at 14, which makes calls more expensive. It's It's not as advantageous of a position. 75 is like kind of the minimum where the bulls can establish like a foothold, right? Ideally they'd be above 4490 or 4500, but since they seem to be unable to attain those levels despite their best efforts, 75 is kind of the line in the sand. Once we start slipping like 40, like if they really can't let it fall to 4450, because if we slip that level they lose everything. Then it starts to fall into like longer dated puts and we get drawn down towards delta neutral. If we fall below delta neutral, they're fucked, right? And all of the Vega exposure they've been selling at 4,000 is opened up, and VIX rockets. If Samsung put out an ad showing someone send a video to another person with full quality, Apple will literally go bankrupt. Can the analyst from upgrading Tesla please upgrade KView too? I think most of KView's price, like analyst price targets, are in like 30 or higher. Fuck Airbnb, that's all. Yeah, still more time there. There's still people buying calls on it. Strangers and interesting that Apple will release a crypto wallet in the second half of the launch event today. This is also echoed by other strangers on Twitter shortly thereafter. Holy fuck, Apple is GME? Crypto wallets are always successful, right? Jesus Christ. Man, Apple's really fucking out of ideas. I capitulated on my 4475C. So let's fucking go. Let's fucking go down. Hmm. I don't know. I kind of still want to hedge the gap. I wonder if QQQ would be better here. Hmm. Well, they're not going to get VIX lower unless they get us back about 80. Nope, I filled. Nice. That was a good price. Think we see any more downside today? I think we might see an attempt at a breakout to the upside. Maybe fill the gap. Try to fill both gaps. That'd be interesting. Although I think percentage-wise, the move on QQQ is better. That could be a mistake. We'll see. Well, Apple Watch. Double tap your fingertips to activate feature. Wow. $100 billion. Do you have decent odds of the pumpers bullshit ending tomorrow with tomorrow and Thursday's data? Their bullshit will never end. Okay, as long as zero DTEs exist in the market, the pumping bullshit will continue. Someone else will come in and do it later, right? It's just that the effect can go both ways. Market makers fucking love zero DTEs. They'll do everything in their power to keep them. They help them hedge off gamma far more efficiently. Oh god. It's retarded. Only a year too late. Everyone fucking playing Bobby for 15 to 30 cent moves. You could just play any fucking penny stock. There's a million penny stocks better than BBBY. Why BBBY? Sorry, BBBYRQ. You could have just spent $5,000 on QQQ 375s and you'd already be up 20%. That's that's probably less risk than buying a delisted bankrupt company. Can any painters in the chat confirm if this price action is the same as watching paint dry? I mean, it's gonna break up, right? Show me someone who became a millionaire buying Sears on OTC. I know there's a lot of people that bought Sears after it ran 13,000% and then lost all the money they put in it. There's the push. Oop. Good timing today to get into some more SPX Vega positions before SLD. Could be. VIX expirations tomorrow, too. Let's see how far they're able to short VIX down today, I guess. But yeah, it could be advantageous. Can Tesla go for his pod high of day? It could, yeah, if it bounces. There's still a lot of like weekly calls on the chain. This looks like GME Opex covering. Good times. It's just a breakout. We'll see how far it can go. Apple's getting a little pump. Did they finally say AI? I don't think this is done yet. Well, still more room to go here. How many billions did that cost? I mean, they just kept accumulating the 85s and the 75s till they got a breakout, right? The question is, can they carry it higher here? If no current increase in bar rate for GME, do you think Opex gets pushed to October? No. It just may not be as fun as it sometimes is. There's also just a lot more shares available. GME's like overall significantly more liquid than it was in the prior quarter. People sold. And options interest is lower too, right? So there's less like market maker activity tying up liquidity. This all started with me buying a put. Witness me. When did you buy the put? JFresh needs a hug. Oh, he had to have known this was coming. Nice call on that breakout. Thanks, Ryan Cohn. At your lowest orange line to here? Why didn't you just close it? Hold on. I gotta fucking fix something here. They have to keep this from getting dragged back below the puts. I wonder if they'll be successful. VIX is starting to turn around already. So you bought a put here or here? Asking for my September 29th 115C. Oh, you bought a put here at the bottom. You gotta set stops when you buy, especially when you're buying like at the outer ranges, right? I'm sorry you took a hit, Jeeves. That sucks. I'm officially down 80% on my port. Woo. What is your what's your full port in, Daniel Mack? Wrong channel. Wall Street Bets is on Reddit. Let's see if this is gonna push higher again. Call profit taking. All right, so a little bit of 44.90 and 95 interest coming in. There's still a big fat put wall at 95 though. Nice, Blueberry. Congratulations, man. Is now a good time for KVU 915 25C? They're priced pretty low. I can't imagine it is. Gherkin, I tried to buy weekly, but I accidentally bought a zero DTE. I made 200%. in less than 2 minutes. Nice, man. Lucky you. Bullish, bearish, just play what the fucking market gives you. We all know the bulls want GN, right? And my left hand is itching. All I have is puts and T. Well, in like 25 years, the T dividend might pay for those puts. So, you know, compounding. I've been using debit spreads the last few months. So the last 2 weeks have not gone my way. I'm better at exiting losing positions, but it's a slow bleed when you're wrong on market direction. Like when you're using debit spreads? So long-term spy puts and the market ripped. How long-term? And if you have like a decent amount of theta, you're probably not in the worst position. I'm trying to close the gap from last week. Well, I think they're trying to fight the 95 put wall. That one's far more substantial than the one at 80 was, though. It's about double the size. I don't know if they'll be able to push us up over it or not, but they are trying. Rejected. As long as they don't lose 85 here, they can probably turn it back around. What are the chances they fail to reach 4,500, 4,520? Pretty decent given the fact that we opened below 4,470 this morning. So a lot of their leverage today had to be used defending the downside from a breakdown of 4,465. And then, regaining all the ground lost since yesterday. So yeah, it definitely puts those targets further out of reach. It doesn't mean it's impossible, just less likely. Like it's already 130 now, and we just rejected off a test of 4485. If they lose 80 again, especially on like the call side capitulation at the 75 strike, we could slip back under 4470. That's kind of the problem with trying to pump into these put walls and not having any like meaningful foothold above them, is that like if the put wall stays in place, right? And you pump, and then other participants take profit on the pump, right? Which we're seeing here. Then you don't have any support anymore. And so even if you hold your call position, like as a large participant, the market can slide back under, right? And then you know the further it slides under, the more leverage you lose. Thoughts on $3 CCs with a little theta for Fubo? Kind of missed the window for that, yeah. I mean, just realistically. Do you think selling my calls on my straddle for tomorrow would be prudent? Because I don't believe they can spin the narrative back to bullish tomorrow for CPI. That doesn't mean they won't try to pump off the back of CPI to rescue positions at like 44.90 and 4500 though, right? Like, they don't need a narrative to throw money at the market. It just helps to stabilize those prices. So I think going into any kind of binary event, no matter how heavily weighted, you should probably have some protection for the counter move, right? Yeah. So I just kind of said that smooth. So iPhone 15 is going to be an iPhone 14 with a brighter screen and more pixels. Sounds like it. I mean, this is peak Apple technological improvement, right? I already sold my 4470p for a loss. Fair. Well, you get, they still have them for sale if you wanted to try that. Although 70 might be risky. It could be during pre-market and then they sell off at open, right? It's just something to be aware of. I mean, like I'm not bullish on tomorrow at all, right? I'm still gonna take a call position, but I'm definitely not, I'm not bullish on the outcome, right? But I'll take, like, I'll reduce risk or capital allocation in the call position, but I'm not gonna just not take one at all, right? So with those neutral strategies, like straddles, you don't have to, just, like, do an even number of the same dated call and put across the board, right? There's a lot of flexibility. One of the good things about you guys actually learning these is that there is a lot of flexibility and nuance in the position. There's 100 different ways of structuring the same exposure for different outcomes, right? CPI comes out at 8:30 a.m. I mean, a zero DTE. Okay, so like a zero DTE call has some issues, right? If the market doesn't move up, so if the market doesn't move up, you just lose everything. what you haven't lost in overnight theta decay, you'll lose immediately upon market open. If it trades flat into tomorrow, which is always a possibility, you'll lose the overnight decay, and then probably end up closing at a loss sometime in the early part of the day, or you get a breakdown, and then you move back to situation one where you lose everything. And then if the market goes straight up at open, you've effectively hedged, right? Your 3-week put. So this really isn't the best option. Now, so your other options are buy a little theta, but you're still exposed to price action in the opposite direction even if you buy a little theta. And so, like, in a situation where I don't have high confidence, but I don't want to take a hit on theta decay, something like a debit spread is really ideal, right? Because you can offset the theta decay with the sold call. You can cover some loss to the upside. And you can reduce total capital allocation by getting a short dated position. So, if we look at these here, right, like a 0 DTE call for tomorrow that's today. So you were at the money 0 DTE call for tomorrow. So you were straddling now. It's $14. And then by tomorrow morning, if we traded at the same price for the rest of today, it would be worth like $6.84, provided nothing else changes dramatically. I mean, there's a lot of variables, but so you're immediately taking a 50% loss just on a carry overnight with no change. Tomorrow tomorrow to regain that cost, you would need a move of greater than 220 BPS to the upside. In order to hit break even at 44.93, which means that there's only room for $7 of additional profit beyond break even, so you hit major resistance at 4,500, right? So this puts you like already significantly on the back leg by entering a position like that now. Obviously that call's a little cheaper now that we've dropped to 44.76, but it's still relevant. Now if you sell like the 44.90, right, you reduce your cost of entry to 420, right? But your profit's capped at $5.80. However, your contract that you open now at tomorrow market open would be worth 326. 326. Right? So you're taking you're taking like a 25% hit versus the 50% hit on the 0 DTE call. Right? And even though your profit to the upside is capped, if you were to open that spread wider and push your break even up, you would still be exposed to the same profitability as the long call, but with less, not only less upfront risk, but less theta risk as well. And if the market were to go straight down tomorrow, your contract would still have some value. Not a lot, but your loss would be offset. Now, if you open that up for like September 15th, that increases your total debit, but it also decreases not only the rate of theta decay, but the loss for carrying it overnight. And that's like 4 DTE, I guess, from today. Was that pump just to de-risk? Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think it was a pump that was attempting to pump higher and then failed. I think 44, too many 44.75s took profit, and then, yeah, we got a failure. Is it wrong to think that a 44.85 rejection is bearish as fuck? No, but it doesn't change the data tomorrow. And we still haven't fallen below 44.70, so there's still support here. Actually, put debit spreads are still positively exposed to increasing implied volatility. So that's not entirely correct. And also, once your put goes in the money, its exposure to volatility is reduced anyway. Put debit spreads to capture downside moves just tend to be better if they're wider and further dated. If you really want to maximize exposure to volatility. But they are positively exposed to IV. So I mean, not as exposed to IV as just a straight up long put, but so buy condors at market close instead of straddles. You could open like inverse condors or inverse butterflies instead of a straddle. Like if you don't expect, I mean, the straddle already kind of has an expectation that the market won't move a lot, right? And then you know based you can weigh those based on the amount of spread you take on either side. So you could have like a tight spread on the call side, loose spread on the put side. And then you know a drop to the downside could be more profitable than a move to the upside, but you're hedged both ways. Ask yourself, have I liked the stream today? Thank you so much, Girk's publicist. Well, I like to see that you're back in the saddle. Rio Tinto, what about it? Is Tup looking horned up? Not particularly. It may see covering after Opex. Yeah, another dead cat bounce. It could. I don't love it, but it could. These green candles are relentless. Okay. I mean, they still have calls at 75. Not everyone was smart enough to take profits at the top. We'll see. They could lose 75 here. I don't know if they blew up the put wall. It doesn't look like they did. So we're kind of just back in the same situation we were before, except with less call interest to the upside and less interest at 75 because profits were taken. So now they got to try to do the same shit all over again. This is why I don't think that like they could make it to 4500 or 4520 today, because they're going to be stuck doing this bullshit all day. and not gaining any ground. The second we opened under like 45.75, it was a problem for them, right? Because immediately upon market open, the MM was gonna go long vol, right? Which we saw. And then, even if they're able to bounce it back up, if they don't get sufficient capitulation on the bounce, it'll dive back down again. And then they've got to spend the rest of the day struggling to get their 44.75 Vega risk out of the money. So it's really not like a winning proposition for the Bulls. Like they need to hold those levels. Each of them is critical. Like 75, 90, 4500. They need to gain them and hold them. And so it's still just a ridiculous uphill battle for them right now. Market not liking the price of the iPhone 15. I'm sure that's not the only thing, but does SPX typically see Ivy crush after events like tomorrow's CPI print, or does Ivy rise? Ivy can rise if it's bearish and if inflation is significantly above swap and bond estimates, you can absolutely see Ivy increase. I think right now, the swap market's pricing in like 3.4. So if Ivy is above that, they're gonna have to reprice, and then bond portfolios being hedged against VIX convexity are gonna probably create a demand for long VIX. Was the Tesla play from last night intended to be quick in and out? Yeah, mostly on the capitulation of the. That's why they were weeklies. You generally don't hold weeklies for very long. There's still a lot of call interest on it, but the market's not doing well, so I would say that it's probably not gonna revisit the highs. It had a little chance there when SPX was trying to push out, but the breakdown here is bearish, and also it's gonna cause like short-term call capitulation. If those start to be driven out of the money, everyone's gonna bail on their short-dated calls. And if that happens, it's gonna probably drop pretty quick. $7.99 and $8.99 for Pro. Isn't that cheap? I don't know what fucking Apple phones cost, but that seems cheaper than normal. Weren't they like $1,100 before? My ribbon call is keeping up 2% of my SPY put losses. What's your put at? If we lose 70 here, it might go back in the money. Or near the money. Forgive me, I overheld 0 DTEs until they were revived from negative 50%. You got lucky. Historically, SLD could carry us as low as like 30, like probably the prior low. Yeah, roughly the prior low, 43.35ish. At its like peak, more likely sub 4400, maybe just a little bit. I still think 4400 and 4350 would be defended. Also, remember that last month was the first time we had any kind of SLD sell off in the prior like 4 months, right? Like any substantial one. We had little ones, but they were like 1%. So don't rely on SLD for price targets right now. Risk is higher, so SLD is more likely, but it's still tentative, right? Like don't just assume that the market, this isn't like 2022 or 2021 where you can just assume 200 BPS of downside for SLD. VIX is still quite low. Overnight margin risk is probably not very high unless we slip under 4450 or back under delta neutral. So yeah, don't just assume that we're going to see broad sell-offs. Prices for iPhone have increased by $100 to $200. No, $7.99, $8.99 are for the non-pro. Oh, okay. Why not just go slap 4450 today? Okay, so we could, but VIX will go up a lot. I mean, if we test 4450 today, they're kind of giving up on all their Opex positions above like 4480. So that'd be a pretty broad. I think at that point, like we just go lower. If they give up that much ground, like that's really bad for them. We'd probably have to drop in like almost automatically into the 4400 range for them to facilitate any kind of recovery. So I don't want to say they'll give up yet, you know, certainly, but yeah, that would be a strong indicator that they are giving up. So buy puts, or is this chasing? I mean, how are you going to manage them? Are you just like for 0 DTE? I mean, you could probably try to target a continued breakdown here. We lost the 75 level. So puts aren't terrible here. The next levels to watch are like 65 where we found support previously, 60, 55. Below that, it probably just keeps printing. $275 may capitulate soon. I think 275 already has. 265? Yeah. Well, first of all, sold calls coming in are crushing vol. So, yeah, it looks like Tesla is flipping bearish pretty quickly. And the weeklies are selling off, which is supporting, since charm was so high, weeklies are supporting like a lot of the upside price potential on Tesla. So, yeah, they can keep falling. I'll probably pick up some puts, not for this week, but maybe like end of month if we break 65 here. Actually, if we break 66, I'll probably pick up 60, 65 and 60 puts for the end of the month expiration. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. November of last year, all my shorts got destroyed by the CPI data release. Is there another event like this possible tomorrow? Didn't CPI start to improve in November of last year? I mean, sure, it's a binary event. You don't know what participants' immediate reaction is going to be, regardless of how bullish or bearish the news is. You know, the mechanical effect of positioning in the market is totally different than, you know, macroeconomic data generally. So, it's probably a good idea to have some kind of upside hedge. And I'm leaning bearish anyway because, you know, we're entering SLD. We're probably going to have a hot CPI print. There was a decent chance, I think, that the ECB moves forward with another 0.25 rate hike just in order to stabilize the euro. So I mean, I'm pretty bearish into the Opex expiration and then beyond the Opex expiration, but yeah, I would still have some kind of hedge for the upside on an event like tomorrow. I think it'd be kind of ridiculous not to have any protection. If we fall under 4450 today, I might have a very light upside protection, but I just feel woozy thinking about buying a call hedge on Nvidia. Call hedge on Nvidia kept me from blowing up an entire portfolio, so yeah, hedges are good. Even if it burns up, it means you're making money with the direction you picked, right? So, I mean, don't over hedge. You don't have to go like pure fucking delta neutral. Do you think they raise rates if CPI print is hot? I think the likelihood of them raising rates goes up significantly. Especially if it comes in above like 3.5 year over year. That's going to be hard to ignore. And it'll be, if they don't address it, it'll be hard for them to retain what little control of the narrative they still have. So if the Fed, if we hit like 3.5, right, and two concurrent data sets of hotter inflation, it puts the Fed in a position where they need to do something to address it. Otherwise, the market's going to lose all respect for them entirely. Not that it hasn't already, but now that all the, you know, underlying data that was so obvious to us over the last 3 months is surfacing in a very real way, participants are a little more afraid. In reality, they should have been afraid all along, but now that retail's balls deep in equities, they've got someone to hold the bags. I've heard of whole funds using this hedging you speak of. It's a beautiful tool. Does selling GME puts count as upside protection? No. How do you feel about the Jan 2024 3800Ps I just bought? I haven't had a Vega position in my port since June. I bought some yesterday. How are the chips looking for GME and HE? They're contracting, so that's bullish. If we're gonna have like a broad failure in the market, like early 2022, we'll probably see some amount of short covering on like small and mid caps. So although after SLD, the prices on both of those might be a lot lower. How strong is the 70 support? Not very. I mean, 70 kind of turns bearish. Most of the call support's at 75. Bulls will protect 65, 60, and 55 because they've sold puts there. So unless they want VIX to go even higher than it just spiked, they'll probably try to defend additional downside from here beyond 65. So I wouldn't buy like 65 puts because they probably wouldn't go in the money. But 75 puts could benefit from a break, or 70 puts could benefit from a breakdown here. Not a lot, but a little. It might like double their premium. So same with worthless HE20 calls might have a chance. I mean, it depends on how much theta you have on them. But I mean, there's a lot of shorts there. They need to, they want to take profits before the price of the underlying goes up. I don't want to say they need to close. They don't, but they're encouraged to close because they're losing profitability in their position. Yeah, probably. Did you end up buying KView stock or waiting for sub 20? I bought KView stock. I sold calls on it, and then I sold CSPs. Tesla found some support at 266, by the way. I'm glad I sold my QQQ call where I did. That was perfect. Those were so cheap. Should have bought like hundreds of them. Whatever. This SPY 447 in the money put that I bought when SPX was at 44.85. I can afford a September 13th 44.90 call, 449 call, or a September 14th 450 call for a hedge. Which one would be better? Do you have an in the money put you're hedging? God, both of those. Do you not have margin? Those both suck. How could you have the September 415 14 450 call? Oh, okay. So $1 more out of the money. I don't really like the 450. There's a lot of resistance between here and there. Yeah, both of those suck so bad. Four 47 put is September 25. See, this is where margin accounts are better, is managing risk. So you have a 20. What'd you say? 25 put? It's like barely in the money, right? Lose. God, that's kind of shit. So you need a dollar drop and SPY in order. So you need 44.60 in order to cover the cost of the hedge. This is going to lose most of its value overnight if it stays out of the money. So the 449 isn't for Friday isn't terrible. Oh well, actually we just dropped, so that opens up. Maybe yeah, maybe see if we move to 65, you might be able to get a better hedge at like 75. 75 is a key level, right? So like no sustainable bull push is going to be successful without achieving 75. By hedging 90, you're taking on a lot of assumptions that the bulls will keep pushing to the upside should they get some leverage, and that may not be possible. Like 90 might not be an actual target. So maybe you get a little bit more of a drop into the later afternoon here, and then you could take advantage of like a 75 call. I would say 80 is the next best option, but failures at 75 are pretty important. So, like say we dropped 44.55 by end of day today, right? And they try to pump tomorrow after the data comes out. It's very likely that they'd fail at 75, right? And so if you have an 80, your call's just fucked even on a pump. So even if you're right about hedging, your call's still fucked. I just did. I just explained it to you. It's not a good level, right? Like, whereas if the bulls do have a successful pump, they need it above 44.75, but that doesn't mean they'll get 80, right? So you might get a test of 75, and then that could fail, and then we could fall down to delta neutral. In which case, the entire time your hedge is dead, right? So at least you want to at least hedge the price action that you expect. Or I guess in this scenario, price action I expect, but ultimately it's up to you which one you pick. I just don't think the 80 or 90 are very good. Especially with that little theta. If you had a lot more theta on it, maybe it'd be worthwhile. But how do you protect a bear call spread if it's out of the money? Does the credit of the original position need to be more than the hedge? Ideally, yeah. I mean, at that point, you're just locking in profits, though. Which, is that something you need to do? You can just like, I mean, if you have a bear call spread that's at risk, you can always just like, if your sold call is crossed, you can always just buy another long and then sell an out of the money one. And then when it crosses the entirety of the credit and debit spread, you can collapse it all for no loss. So basically you have like a sold call, bought call, right? And then you can sell an out of the money call and buy another call. And then if the price goes above the other sold call, you can close everything. And if the spreads are equidistant, then there's no loss. And that's usually a lot cheaper than just buying a long call. But if you have laddered spreads, so if you've sold like, say you've sold like 44.80, 44.90, 4,500, And then you have like the 85, 95, 405 bought. You can just buy one call. And that'll hedge all upside price improvement. And how do you end up in a laddered call spreads like that? You catch a move down, like a hard rejection, and then you just start selling spreads in the money. Looks like Sahib's gonna be able to buy a better hedge. If you sell a CC, do you still keep the premium if the call is exercised? Yeah. So you get strike times 100 plus premium. Pretty significant breakdown there. No, still not below 4470. Still expect them to defend Vega risk. Don't get overly bearish today, because I see some of you getting ready to like, I'm gonna buy some 0 DTE 4450s. That's still really risky until we lose like 65. Sorry, I was looking at the options chain for this. Oof, fuck. What a piece of shit. Hey! My 175 puts are in the money. Nice. Fuck you, Tim Apple. Imagine going long Apple's announcements today, assuming that they would ever do anything besides just release another fucking iPhone. $40.50p times 100. Lambo or food stamps? Terrible. Decent meal Toyota Corolla. Much better goal. Wasn't there one guy that bought a Toyota Corolla after Feb? I feel like that one of you bought a Toyota Corolla after Feb SLD. I remember that being a thing. That guy had good life goals. Have a look at GCT for a second. It's garbage, but hear me out. I sold a bunch at 1850 this morning. Where do you get these trash plays from? What fucking exchange is it on? Getty Copper? What's the name of the company? Dave. Giga Cloud? Okay, I'm confused. Are you up? Did you sell calls? Are you short? That's at resistance. I always expect people to approach me with a losing position, so the automatic assumption is that you sold puts at 1850 and you're now fucked. No chain. Sold some shares I've held for a few months at the top, and now it's down 30%. Okay. Nice. Are you just... is this just bragging? I, I don't know what you're trying to get from me. This is more confusing than a prostate exam. Feeling lucky I bailed and wanted to share. That's called bragging. I know, I respect that. Keep it up. I want to brag too. I lost $300 yesterday, but I'm up $33 today. Congratulations, Popcorn. I'm so proud of you. It's like a 10-to-1 ratio. Ah, my Apple puts are back out of the money. Lame. Maybe I should buy more. It's really just a bag of shit, right? I have a feeling I'm getting either 2K or $0 for my 4470 puts. I mean, this might keep breaking down. You may have to wait a little while though. You have 0 DTs. It still looks kind of bearish. I don't know if there's like very much. Yeah, there's like not very much call interest left at 44.75. Even if we test it, like price is kind of drawn to 65 today anyway. Delta's still falling off. Yeah, right now I would say it's probably more likely that we see 65 before 75. If we see 75 at all. Why would you even sell an 85 spread? It's not even worth any fucking money. What's the point? You're just taking on an obscene amount of risk for no payout. It's 45 cents. That's terrible. That's almost 10%, bruh. That's fucking garbage. That's way too much risk to sell a spread at. It's 10% on risk. And it's far from guaranteed. I think Tesla can regain some ground into the end of the day, or downs across the board. I mean, indexes and broader tech don't look very good, which probably isn't good for Tesla. Tesla had a bunch of out of the money weekly call capitulation. So even though it's finding support here, I don't think it's very bullish. It could probably retest 71, but I think 75 is probably off the table for today. And given the proximity to the resistance at 66, it's probably more bearish than bullish. 45 cents is more than 0 cents. Well, provided they don't go in the money and you don't lose $450 for every potential 45 you would have made. Anything on Siri of interest lately? I mean, it's still more than $4, which is, I think, the best thing I can say about it. I still have 5, 6, and 7s for Jan. If you were a stock, what stock would you be? Hmm. This is the hardest question I've ever been asked. Burke A? Not yet. Beef stock? You're AMD? I'd like to think I'm Microsoft. Maybe something like Microsoft. I'd take Burke B, but I'm not that value focused. Siri was the worst financial mistake I ever made, except UVXY, SPX, SPY, QQQ, NVIDIA, CERN, GME, and Rev. Sherwin-Williams? Maybe like Costco. Dutch East India Company. Dole, because you're worth more than your peers, It's too late if you weren't with you in the beginning and you go great with pizza. Nice. You've given this more thought than I have. You wouldn't be a stock, you'd be an 8x leverage ETF of cat. I'm very close to banning you, Blueberry Batman. Even though you said don't ban me. You're upstart because you're the only one successfully using what everyone wants to do. That's not true. Believe it or not, some of you guys actually make money. Some of you make pretty good money. I just want my 44.35, 44.50, 44.35 bear put spreads that I opened last week to fully print. I want them to prompt all the way. Then you said there's short puts around the 44.20 level. But do you think we could breach 44.20 tomorrow if CPI comes in hot? There's actually not a lot of short puts at 44.20. There's a bunch at 15, 10, 5, and 4,000, 4,400 rather. I think 20 is mostly long puts. So it's possible. To find good money, money you currently possess. I'm not GME. You know why I'm not GME? Because if DFV started streaming tomorrow, you'd all probably leave. What stock is Dork Tootsie Roll? You would too? I mean, maybe for a day or two, yeah. People could watch 2 streams. DFV is a sellout. That's a harsh take. All the smart money is sitting at 3,800 puts. I know I have a lot of puts down there for the day Todd gets wrecked, and my mom says I'm smart. She loves you. What stock am I, and why is it Burke A? You're more like SQQQ. Always, always wrong, and then when you're right, not enough. What stock is JFresh? Oh. What's erratic and has a lot of value? JFresh is the Russell 2000. JFresh is VMix. I'm the spy. It takes a while to go down, but does so with vigor. Also on the precipice of an enormous breakdown most weeks. Alright. DFE's probably a billionaire. I I doubt it. He'd probably just put all his money into like fucking like mutual funds and is just living the life of a millionaire. Or he's selling CCs on GME and he's tripled his money. $5% on 50 million's pretty good. God, you sound like my wife. Confession time, the Dans are holding both DFV and Frag captive. Doesn't your Philadelphia wife ever get upset that you keep so many people in your house? He's 100% DRS and you know it. I don't think he's that stupid. Give me some Tesla hope, Liam. Tell me Wall Street is gonna tank it even after the price upgrade. It's just an analyst upgrade. Those guys are about as knowledgeable about valuations as you. I've said this before. An analyst upgrade is the equivalent of a used car dealer telling you to ignore the sticker on the window. It's totally worth more than that. It's like you get inside the dealership to sign the paperwork, and they're like, the $12,000, like the car is listed at 12,000, but they're like, no, it's 24. And you're like, I could have sworn it said 12, and they're like, nope, 24. But it's okay. You can buy it for 18. And then you're like, oh shit, and then you buy it. That's what analysts do. That's literally their job. They make securities marketable to people. So they always have something bullish to say. Haven't you watched Wolf of fucking Wall Street? When I was younger, I had a weird obsession of comparing people I met in my head to animals, like a sort of synesthesia. I still do, but I don't judge people off it like I did. I've met some good rats. What am I? If you don't say tiger, I'm gonna be pissed. Centaur, obviously. I'm chicken stock? It's better than bouillon. That was a long setup for a centaur joke. Sometimes you need the build up. I would definitely be a Kawaka. You know, I don't really know about a lot about them. The only video I've ever seen on the internet of a Kawaka, it's chasing somebody around with an erection. In which case, that seems fitting. If you missed it in Top Chat, the answer was Black Bear. What would I be? DocuSign? Maybe more like Mullen? Except your wife's the shorts that you're fighting. You keep writing letters to shareholders about your wife trying to blow up your portfolio. This is your monthly reminder that Docu is garbage and Adobe is better. My shares are free. So, get wrecked. You could have made money on Docu too, Popcorn Trader. I don't know why you insist on using notaries. Child poverty rate has doubled since COVID. Bearish on bootstraps, bullish on guillotines. What animal is AMC? I don't know. You're the one. You're the one who I don't know what animal AMC is. Rabbit? Because they don't stop fucking their shareholders? If I was a stock, I would be a mining company. Always the hope of hitting the mother lode, but ending up as a penny stock in the end. Yeah, mineral speculation's a risky business. I mean, I don't really care what happens at this point. As long as I was right about us seeing 65 before 75, that's all that matters to me. Spoiler alert. GME is a frog. I thought this synesthesia was only to do with people you met and not with stocks. What did I miss? Pump attempt with the Apple announcement followed by immediate capitulation. Um kind of. Yeah, they tried to run it up the chain. And then they got blown up by other bulls who were like, this is enough money for today. And then closed their 44.75 calls. Did we ever have an Opex run before where the borrow rate was that low? We had Opex runs when the borrow rate was 0. GME is not what it once was. Do not assume that it will Opex in the way it once did. Koalas aren't syphilitic. They have chlamydia. Jimmy to 25. It's a bit of a stretch. 50? Get the fuck out of here. Have you checked with Koala Hugger on that? He has a lot more diseases. Remember when you could make 20 a contract on 250 cc's? Yeah. I remember last March when I sold 150s for $53 a contract. I remember 200% IV. Wish I'd done more of that in 2021. None of you would be here, but I'd have more money. Now that I'm looking at Docu, looks interesting for Opex. Seems like they crushed earnings, ran a little bit, and got shorted again. Yeah, I'm going to pull back my covered calls on it pretty soon. I was supposed to do it yesterday, but I forgot to. Today might be a good day. IV was actually pretty good going into earnings, too. I sold like 55s. Maybe I don't need to pull them back. I think they expire soon. But I sold them for next week. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I don't. I should just close them. They're up. They're up quite a lot. There's no more value to be extracted there. Green on the week. Eat it. Wait, you made your other $273 back? Was that a banana in Vix's pocket? Could be. Thanks, Dwayne. What would you do if you woke up tomorrow in a white padded room and realized that we were all hallucinations and you hit your head celebrating your GME profits in 2021? Well, I'd probably start shorting the fuck out of Tesla. Oh wait, I did that. I'd go long Nvidia at the bottom. Short Revlon. Well, first long Revlon, then short Revlon. Just made 111% on 4470 Ps. Thanks to the call. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Which one first? 4460 or 70? I still expect them to defend the rest of the Vega risk here. So 65 seems like 65 kind of seems like our low here on the intraday. I guess we could see 60. Probably not lower than 60 today though. We need like an actual sell off. Congratulations on all of you guys that overheld your 0 DTE puts. You've done it. You're amazing. Stop buying puts at the bottom. I made 1500 on 0 DTE today. What dividend stock should I buy right now? Can you do a poll for which dividend stock I should buy? Well, no, because then I'd have to list 4 dividend stocks for you to buy. Don't congratulate me. That's how I do it again and lose my profit. I had 100 Upstart 2024 60 that I sold for some profit when vol spiked. And when it ran to 25 earlier in the year. I can't believe those things went in the money 6 months later. Yeah. That was nuts. Just make the poll and have Forex NVIDIA on the poll. Huh. I wouldn't do that to somebody I like. Is HE as strong like the Rock of Gibraltar? Yeah, or they're just covering short positions while the market sells off because it's cheaper. Despite not knowing what the end of day options position is, and acknowledging tomorrow's data can be all over the place, what kind of trading range do you think we'll see tomorrow? I think the downside range is far more significant than the potential upside range. I think to the upside we're probably still capped around 4490. Downside we could move as far down as 4400 if the data is bad enough. But I wouldn't probably target anything beyond delta neutral because we could bounce off that. So yeah, don't forget the end of today is probably going to have some like neutral positioning. So whatever our low is here, we might get some like end of day volatility. Tesla holder, is this line semi-bullish? Sorry to keep asking. I'm just thinking whether to hold these calls or not. I mean, the Tesla play was over like minutes after open. Well, not minutes, but pretty shortly after open. There was about 45 minutes there where there was money to be made. I mean, I guess you could have gotten short at the top, but there was no way to know that this was going to break down so much. A break of 44 or 266 here is bearish, not bullish. So Tesla does not look good right now. I wouldn't enter puts until it broke 266, but if it does break 266, I'm probably gonna get some. Longer dated. I want to give myself a little time, but did you enter end of month puts or are you waiting for confirmation? I have puts for the end of this month. I have puts for this Friday. For a novice trader, would you recommend setting stops on any position that is up so that you can't take a loss. Okay, well, within reason. I mean, up more than 10% or 15% probably. But before you reach that, you've got to have some flexibility or you just get stopped out of everything. Also, it depends what instrument you're trading. Novice traders probably shouldn't trade 0 DTEs, so in that case, yes, but when you enter the position, you can't really have a stop set at profit, right? Unless you somehow made money on the spread. So yeah, as soon as you move profitable on like on an option, you should probably have a stop. Tesla play was over when I sold my weeklies at 276.23. Yeah, that one was just a quick in and out. The video was okay too today. I wish I'd gotten to play the Tesla one this morning. I only ended up getting the video. I didn't get a fill on the Tesla orders. Is USB-C gonna crash the market? Well, there's 60. I heard a quote, instead of buy low, sell high, it was buy high, sell higher, and sell low, cover lower. I feel like it helps trade confirmed moves instead of trying to time top and bottom. Uh, I'm I, so I'm not a huge fan of that trading style. That's basically just scalping. You wanna get your positioning in place before a move. It's far more profitable. And then you can add to your positioning. So buy low, buy slightly higher, then sell high, versus buy low, sell high, right? Or like buy like ah hold on, like buy sell. Versus, what you're the trading style you're kind of talking about is like buy sell. And yeah, it's there's less risk, but there's also a lot less money. You'll find that most day traders are so afraid of risk that they make very little. Like most professional day traders churn their wheels a lot and make very low profits. Like most of them are targeting like 2 to 5% a week. I think this could be done with like covered calls without even actively trading. So I really don't see the value in trading at that point. And I think most like day trading books and like day trading advice that you'll see published widely conforms to that risk model. Like in and out, no overnight positions. And almost fervent religious adherence to 2% risk. And these people, they do trade like I know a lot of traders that are like this. They just don't do very well. I mean, on the upper end, they make, you know, like 80, maybe 120K a year. Same like your dating life. I just have a hard time finding anyone that's tolerable for more than 48 hours at a clip. Anyway, so I think it's very, very, very bad to get stuck in that mindset. Uh, it's it's not bad to trade that way, and yeah, over time it has returns, but I think too many people get stuck there because their fear of risk becomes so great. And it becomes like a situation where you're always missing out on everything, right? Instead of just missing out on some runs because you know you had your risk set. And I think deploying a little bit more risk in your positioning opens up a lot, like a lot more opportunity. Trading professionally, that seems like the most boring thing ever. I love it. Have you tried dating Lisa Sue? No. I bought more tea. Most of the dividend stocks I found are sketchy as fuck. I mean, tea's pretty sketchy too, but not all of them are. Generally, the higher the dividend, the more risk involved. And bullish when the market is bearish, and bearish when the market is bullish. How's that working out for you? Do you like my hedge? September 18, 446 call. Well, you got a much better entry that opened up there for you. So yeah, that's I'm not a huge fan of what I assume is current. Well, actually, what's SPY trading at? It's like, did you open a guts or is it out of the money? $446. Okay, so you're like at the money. SEP 18. Not bad. Asking for my 5550. I think 50. I think 50 is still probably not going to be seen today. Despite the sell-off here, like put accumulation hasn't picked up a ton at 55 and 50 yet. There's a lot of puts at 50 uh on the longer dated expiry, but 55 is kind of weak. So I could see us still getting kind of mired down in that range. And some profit taking after that drop probably would leave us closer to 65 than to 60 after this is all said and done. They're gonna god pump this, aren't they? Well, they're gonna start getting neutral positioning here. But they're gonna be getting it, you know, probably around this level. Maybe like the high point of strangles out at like 75. So I guess there's like I guess we could move up to like maybe like 70. It depends on how hard they pump. If they can get the 0 DTE puts to capitulate, we could still close nearer 75. There's still calls on the chain, so sorry, one sec. Hmm. I wonder if this bounces. Delta's flattening out. Vic should be at 16 right now. I know. Yeah, Doc, is there any credibility to this FTX liquidation thing regarding GME and FTX's tokenization of stock? The thesis is shorts use those tokens to short GME. The the fucking GME FTX tokens had like less than 300,000 volume through the entirety of 2022 and 2021. If they did, they didn't use it to short it very fucking much. It was a locate, bro. And then those would have been netted off through CNS anyway, so also irrelevant. I didn't know Walken was a fucking GME conspiracy theorist. I wonder if ES will bounce here. Mhm. What's next Friday? The 22nd? Hmm. Sorry, one second. It's pricey. Okay. The fuck is TQQQ trading at? $40? Hmm. All right. Sorry, I was closing up some condors. Core 1 month getting turnt. Yeah, it is. Um, that's nice. You still holding Apple puts? 175s, yeah, but they're for end of the month. Hey, there we go. Well, that's bearish as fuck. Huh. I don't know if they can stop it now. No put capitulation. Interest at 55 is increasing. Now 50. Oh, that's real bad. So now buy puts? I bought puts last week. I bought puts 25 minutes ago. Did you say you'll enter end of month puts if we slip 44.65? I said I already have them. I have puts for this Friday at 44.50. A bunch of them. Is this Charmageddon? That's a good question. No. No, not yet. How to do things? Bull's dead. Well, I wanted to close some condors I have open because we just hit the mid range on them. Just like longer term positions I have. DN? DN is at what was it today? 44.26 and change. We're still a long way away from DN. Why do they have two of these? These are old. I'll probably keep that one. This is pretty fucking bearish. Wouldn't DN? I mean, if we close at 44.50, we could be below DN tomorrow. 44.68 end of day. I picked up some 44.70 calls. Just in case they pump on neutral positioning, but letting it fall this low is pretty bad. I don't know. I wanted to hedge against a bounce, so I grabbed some 70s, but yeah, it may not bounce. There's not a lot of time left here. Deanne's at 44.26. I feel like didn't I just say that? There's fast gamma. About a 65C as insurance here. Fast gamma's at 77.50. That's going to be where they're going to want to center straddle positioning, but we might be too low for them to get it back there. I just grabbed some 65s too, just in case. But I bought some 70s for like 15 fucking cents, so that was nice. My power went out for that whole SPX drop? But did you have puts before your power went out? Due to the tips touching, do you think GME pumps into the end of the week? They're not touching yet. And no, usually GME doesn't pump till like 3 to 5 days after they cross over. Hmm. Well, they haven't crossed over yet today, but they still could. They've crossed on the 2 hour and the 3, but not on the 4. So maybe the end of day today they'll have crossed on the 4 hour. I was in a video looking for more shorting. Sub 450. Another retest of 440, 442. So you could go short here with kind of tight risk. A breakdown of 42 is really bearish. But there is still downside support, so you definitely need to pay attention. Can you flash us some GME crossover porn? Sure. So yeah, here on the 1 hour it crossed a couple days ago, but that's not very impactful. On the 2 hour, it's just starting to cross over. 4 hour, not quite yet. It's still a little bit of spread. Can you kindly tell us when the tips last touched on the 4 hour? They last touched on the morning, no, the end of the day on June 7th. And then they uncrossed on the 22nd of June. That's my 25 minutes of expiry, 44.50, 44.70 strangle. Gonna prompt. It cost me a whopping $35. Probably not. 60 and 65 are still our most likely closing prices. The only way we break out of that is if like a shitload of volume comes in towards the end of the day. And I doubt that volume is going to be to the short side here. Wrong. The answer is we were looking for is absolutely. I envy your position. Oh, well, I didn't want to lie to you. I have like 65 and 70 zero DTEs, but they're like cheap as fuck, so why not? If they try to get VIX under 14 by end of day, that's gonna put us at like 70, 72, which seems worth it. You think they could break fast gamma? I think that'd be hard. I don't think they have enough like out of the money call positioning to pull that off. They have calls at 75 still, so maybe they could get those on the money. They need the 65 and 60 puts to capitulate though. They might be able to push the 60s out, but the 65s they need to push pretty hard. We'll see. They got 20 minutes. How much does CPI alter normal SLD expectations? I wouldn't carry normal SLD expectations into this week because we've only had like one like 200 300 bps SLD in the last 4 months. And like VIX is still really low, so the amount of like collateral that needs to be deposited may not be very high. I would say to avoid that assumption if you can, and just play the positioning. But CPI usually comes out the week of SLD. So I don't think any more or any less effects. If we go down, they'll need to make greater margin deposits. So if CPI is bearish, I guess it could influence it in that way. Thanks, California Pizza is best. Do you think CPI will come in above or below expectations? It depends. The expectations are pretty all over the place. I think below the Cleveland Fed estimate, slightly higher than Bloomberg's, and both of those are above analyst expectations. My mine is 0.62 month over month, and 3.63 year over year. That's like my own personal expectation. I don't know if that fucking means anything, but that's what I'm expecting. No, it's actually not as bearish as the Cleveland Fed. Cleveland Fed is like 0.8. I think they're 0.8, 3.82. I might be off a little bit, but I think that's right. Or bears get feisty and push neutral positioning down around 44.50. Yeah, but there's like, okay, so this is at 44.62 now. It's starting to pressure the 65 puts. If the 65 puts close and take profit, there's nothing really to hold us here. Um, there's some call interest coming in at 70, and there's already calls at 75. So yeah, this could kind of turn around a little. Thanks, Lord Voldemort. Bad idea to wait until the numbers come out tomorrow to enter my position. No, not necessarily. You don't have to be ahead of everything. Express just being big shorted. Any thoughts here post split? Probably just big shorted. Express is kind of not in a very different position than it was in, except now it's cheaper. Um, Kind of expected them to short the ever living fuck out of it following following the reverse split, but it's got a very low float, so they're gonna dry up liquidity really fast. Is the options chain opened yet? No. Kind of still waiting for the options chain to open on it before I do anything with it. Express just has no volume. Yeah, it doesn't. It'll get more volume once the options chain opens, but here's the bull case for Express. It's priced like it's gonna go out of business. It's probably not gonna go out of business anytime soon. No, Rev was already bankrupt. Bulls are garbage. Yeah. No, they didn't get us below 60. Before you sign off, can you talk a little bit about what you wrote last night about the BOJ timeline? I read it, but it doesn't mean I understood it or that I can read. Do you have like a more specific question? I mean, the Bank of Japan's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. On one side, they have their currency losing value rapidly. On the other, they're facing inflation. So the chances of them maintaining a zero interest rate policy for an extended period of time is pretty slim. Believe in God Candle? Oh, I don't know. I mean, maybe. If it doesn't fall below 4460, there's still a chance that puts capitulate, but it looks like bears are still in charge. The rejection at 63 was pretty bad. I've got my straddle, Yaga. Thank you, though. Well, it's sort of a straddle. Uh, I have 40. I have 4460 calls, and I have 4470 puts, but it'll be fine. The Express CEO quit recently. Good. He wasn't fucking doing anything anyway. They picked up a activist investor recently too. I think think it was a quarter before last. Thanks, Joseph Johnson. It usually isn't. Do you think inflation is in the picture for us again? I've been saying that inflation was going to go back up all year like a crazy person. I wasn't making it up. Like all the signs that this was coming were already there. Everyone just wanted to fucking ignore it and buy the fucking dip. And because of that, instead of actually getting a soft landing, which would have been possible, we're probably going to get a very, very fucking hard landing. So, I hope everyone's happy. Because I still haven't met anybody besides that guy at that bar who's made any fucking money on NVIDIA. Could we be in a bad position? I'm not even sure he made money on it. Could we be in a bad position to go to the upside if we close below today? What's the next levels we should look at? And is VIX showing signs of recovery? It's not showing signs of recovery. VIX should be significantly higher than it currently is. Vega risk is at 44.50. Delta neutral is at 44.25. Below that is the majority of the short put Vega risk, and that's at 4,400. If we start to fall below that, yeah, we're probably going to see a steeper correction. How low could we theoretically go? See, okay, here's the problem with that. When I tell people how low the market could potentially drop, they do stupid shit like buy puts at that price. I mean, if we were to hit an extended recessionary period and have a market crash, I don't think the market would go much below 2,200. I really don't think there's any room for downside below that, and that would be about a Schiller PE of like 8 to 9, and that would be, you know, a deep recession on the magnitude of, like, you know, prior financial crises. More likely 2,800 to 3,200. That's you know, an average, like kind of an average range for the SPX over time. Getting there could be softer. Like, you know, we could slowly correct there over 6 to 12 months without having an actual crash, provided that no catalysts arrive. So I think that's far more reasonable. And then currently, a correction without a catalyst would have a very hard time dropping below, or maybe an almost impossible time dropping below, well, like 36.80. So below 36.80 is really a crash. Like that's when, you know, equities, like the positioning no longer supports more downside. So at that point, you know, equities need to start being sold. Lots and lots of equities need to start being sold. Not that they wouldn't be, but I'm just hopping into quick to say the stream sucks. Long live CNS and the DTCC. Hashtag shill for life. Also had Kava today and it was glorious. Be jealous, nerds. Hey Gaff, how you doing, man? I full ported 3,200 weeklies. When crash, probably not this week. Maybe next. $2024 XSP 380p for the small port. Got it. Jesus Christ. This stream is the worst. I love you too, Trash. Full ported 3,200 please. When crash. Jesus Christ. Fucking, that's not how this works. So the current SJX price, are you thinking it will open down in the AM? Or do you expect bulls to push? If we closed a little higher, maybe. This is kind of dog shit. I've been hate watching this stream daily for years now. Oh, now all you guys show up to tell me about your hate watching habits. I see how it is. I agree. Who would ever be a member? This literal garbage. I'm clipping that and setting it as my text tone. That won't annoy anybody. Full ported, learning how this works. Win profits. HE's looking good. End of day. Yeah? I mean, 13's better than 12, I guess. Why do these bulls suck so much? Alright, I'm giving up on the KV thing. I don't want to look at that anymore. Ported VIX call CFD is 135. I want fast and hard, and I want to pull out early. I'm not giving this shill money. Thanks, turd. Could tomorrow bounce? Could Tesla bounce tomorrow with continued support at 266? I mean, I guess if the short-dated calls come back in, but right now they're gone. And stagnating here is just going to lead to like short calls being sold at 270. It doesn't look fucking good. Hey, I'll sell the shares. I just have no reason to hold $25.15 calls. Not that I'd be able to sell them for anything, but no, I'm not doing KBU. I still have CSPs and calls on KBU. I just have no reason to hold dead calls. Ha! You got him. Good job, Washington Beef. That's what you get, turd. Welcome to Cornishon. Fucking accuracy there. Phenomenal. Turd was timed out by Fluffy. Well done. What a roller coaster. BT is having a good end of day too. Ooh, is it? How good? That's not good enough. I need BTU to have a better end of day. I may or may not have an inordinate number of $22 calls that expire Friday. And break evens at like 22.64. So I could ding ding. I could use slightly better than that. All right, well, no pump at the end of day, so that's good, right? Um, pretty bearish, but not fully in the bearish range. Looks like neutral positioning kind of set up around 75 through 55, with the majority of neutral positioning at 65.70. So straddles at 65.70, strangles on the outer edge at 75.55, 60. A little bit mixed, but currently in pretty negative gamma and delta territory. Very close to the 44.50 puts, which are extensive. Also, a decent amount of interest in 44.30, 25, and 15 puts coming in today on the longer dated expiries, as call interest to the upside breaks down, leaving really only short calls left to the upside of 44.95. Let's see here on futures. We've moved down to like the bearish test of 61. Haven't quite broken through it yet, but this puts us, near our more recent bottoms. DN is still out here at 44.26, and obviously a breakdown of 44.50 is needed before we could see that. But if we do tomorrow, we could see a breakdown this week if you base it off of prior SLDs. As low as like 43.50, and more moderately around 4400. That would be my expectation given the amount of Vega risk present here. You'd think they'd defend it. I don't know if they can defend it a second time. The last time we were in this range, they did a pretty good job of holding it up, but they've since compounded that risk by selling the majority of their puts through this entire time period. Have all been sold, at between like 4,400 and 4,200, with the majority of that interest between 43.50 and 4,400. So quite a lot of Vega risk to the downside of 4,400, and we could see, obviously VIX spike on the back of that as well. I don't expect CPI to come in cool tomorrow. I think the expectations for a cool print are pretty misguided. My estimate is 0.62% month over month, and 3.63% year over year. I think this is a little bit more moderate, slightly better year over year print, correcting for some of the seasonality that I think maybe the more hawkish or bearish, the hotter estimate from Cleveland Fed at what's Cleveland at? Cleveland is at like 0.8, and 3.82. And I think Bloomberg's estimate is like 0.5, 3.5. So I think this is a little too soft. I think this is a little too harsh. I kind of landed in the middle of those two. I think the analyst estimates of like 0.2 and 3.4 are kind of ridiculous. I think oil's been too high, and it was inflationary for almost the entire month of August. So I'm not really expecting a 0.2 print. That would have to mean that almost every other factor went down, and we know for a fact that services and used cars both went up. So even if rent were to fall off a cliff, which is unlikely given that it's trending towards 2022 highs, even if that were the case, I think there's more than enough inflationary pressure there from used cars and services to push us up above 0.5 month over month. Core, on the other hand, I do expect to be down. I do expect core to move down, and that might be the linchpin for the bull case. Is they're like, oh, but core is down. After saying headline was down all year and ignoring the fact that core remained persistent. Although I don't think core is going to be down enough to support that narrative. Like core would have to fall very hard. Anyway, so that's it for tomorrow. We'll see what happens in the overnight session. Maybe we'll see a little bit of pump in the pre-market to support some of the long side of the neutral positioning as we move into the data. But that could very well collapse before market open. That's about it. So thank you guys so much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. Later.